with me.
It's by far one of the most important days of our judicial system. Constitutionally, it must happen each year on the second Wednesday in January before the official start of the legal year. Hello and welcome to RTV's coverage and start of the legal year. I'm your host, Jasmine Brown. Our guest is former Attorney General and King's Counsel, Allison Maynard Gibson. Ms. Maynard Gibson, happy New Year and happy holidays, and just happy to have you here again.
Happy New Year to you, and thank you for all that you're doing to make sure that everybody gets to see and understand what's going on.
Great. And so today obviously is a very, very big day. We have a lot going on today. We start at Bank Lane with everybody lining up from the Supreme Court. Everybody who is everybody in the judicial system will be out there. We'll see a lot of colored robes. They will march down to George Street and Christ Church Cathedral, where we'll have the church service. That's always exciting.
It is. We'll have some interesting remarks, a charge from the Dean, and as you know, last Sunday, the Red Mass at the Catholic Cathedral, where His Grace Archbishop Patrick Pinder gave a charge also. Yeah.
Okay. And also, once that happens, they have the Honor Guard, inspection of the Honor Guard. That's always a good, colorful thing to see happen. And then we have everybody coming this way to have.
Before they get here, we have the first female Commissioner of Police, who's the Provost Marshal. Yeah, so that'll be exciting and historic as well.
Yes. And then they come back to being here and having all those speeches and having hearing from the Chief Justice, hearing from the presidents of the Bar Association
and the Attorney General.
So that's always good to see.
Very significant to hear what what does the executive have to say, what does the Bar have to say, and very importantly, this is the Chief Justice's charge, almost his plan, his accounting for the past year, and his letting the world, and most especially those in the Bahamas, know what are his plans for this year.
Okay, and so what are you expecting to hear from anybody today, especially the Chief Justice? I know we spoke to him earlier this year. He talked about some of the successes as well as what's going to happen this upcoming year.
Yeah, he's been working really, really hard. Focusing on not only delivering judgments and the typical the judgments and that kind of thing, but also working on efficiency in the system, which is what brings confidence in the system. And so he will talk a lot about the Court Services Bill, I'm sure, about our facilities that are expected to be improved by a new court complex, I'm sure as well. And so we look forward to see, and the family court that was opened in December last year, as a part of the move towards delivering better service or people-centered justice in the Bahamas for our people.
And of course, we are coming to you live from the ballroom of the Margaritaville Resort, where we'll soon witness the official opening of the legal year. And over the next few hours, we'll help guide you through the events of this important day. Today's ceremony is steeped in tradition of the British judicial system. And as a country, we're now headed to our future and seeing what we do and some of those traditions.
Yep, very much so. And I have to say that those who have visited from other parts of the world are always impressed by the fact that Bahamians take this day so seriously and actually are very interested in what is happening in our judicial system. So I have to salute those historically who have participated and embracing the new initiatives that are being brought to the table by our Chief Justice.
And of course, we are taking a live look at Christ Church Cathedral, where, as I mentioned earlier, they will be there having their church service, and we'll hear from, I think, the Archdeacon?
Dean Harry Bain.
Dean Harry Bain?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The Dean of the Cathedral.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And starting in about just half an hour, we'll see members of the Judiciary assemble in Bank Lane. And then at about 9:30, they will have their walk down from Bank Lane to Christ Church Cathedral in George Street. The church service will mark the opening of the legal year, and it will commence at 10 a.m. Then at Christ Church Cathedral and George Street, and then we'll bring you that service in its entirety. And there'll also be an inspection of the honor guard, which we talked about earlier, on the side of the cathedral as well. And our Berthany McDermott will be down there at the church, and we will check in with him later in the broadcast. Mrs. Maynard Gibson, we've been talking for a while, but I just want to discuss a few things. Why is this event? You know, we see this every year. It starts officially with the Red Mass, and we see this happen. But why is it important to have an official start to the legal year? I know that everybody comes together as a part of the judiciary, but what makes it so important?
Well, I'd like to highlight two things. First of all, you spoke about, you've mentioned on more than one occasion, it starts in church. Justice is a spiritual concept, and we celebrate spiritual concepts in our Constitution. So it is significant that we actually have the Red Mass and also this in our Christchurch Cathedral, where we receive inspirational words about justice and inevitably reminding those who are stakeholders in the judicial system that we are to deliver justice and serve our people so that our people can have confidence in the system. And it is very important that this be public. And the Constitution stipulates that, as you said, on the second Wednesday of January, so that people understand that this is one of the branches of governance, the judiciary. And the judiciary is obliged to come and account to the people and make a public demonstration that every year we in the judiciary understand how important we are as a branch of our governance and also to serve our people so that our people may live in peace and harmony.
You know, as a young reporter, 20 years ago, we've seen this event evolve so much. I remember it being more in the Rawson Square, Bank Lane area, Supreme Court, and even 20 years ago, it was just not a space that everybody was able to fit in. So obviously it has evolved over the years. So talk to me about that evolution. Sure. And how it's now here at Margaritaville. I think this might be the second or third year.
Right. Well, when I was called to the bar, I don't remember how many people, that was over 40 years ago, they were at the bar. But as you said, there would be the opening of the legal year, the procession that we still have from the court, Supreme Court, in Bank Lane, to the cathedral and then back to Bank Lane, where we would all assemble in the main Supreme Court, the Chief Justice's court. And as you said, all the stakeholders were small enough to actually fit in that court. Fast forward to all these years, where we now are heading towards 2,000 members of the bar. They don't all turn out, but we have a much larger bar. We have many more judges. Back then, there weren't even, I think there may have been, I don't think there were even 12 judges back then. Now we have 20. We have a larger Court of Appeal. The entire judiciary comes. We have the Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court, the magistrates, the registrars, the Industrial Tribunal, and the members of the bar. Of course, also members of the executive, diplomatic corps, and so forth, and the general public. So as you have said, Jasmine, it's important that it happens in a place that is large enough, in a public space that people can be accommodated and understand and hear. So that's why we're here at Margaritaville, as you have said.
And of course, you mentioned it's in an area that everybody can see. You have visitors, you have locals, and including those who are working downtown. But today's events are entrenched in the heart of downtown Nassau. And right now, we're going to talk about what we have going on there. And to do that, we're going to toss it to our Berthany McDermott, who is standing by live.
Okay.
Who's standing by live.
Jasmine, we are outside Christchurch Cathedral here on George Street, and we are just a little over an hour, like you mentioned, from the church service that will start here at Christchurch Cathedral, marking the opening of the legal year. Now, you mentioned it again that members of the legal fraternity, including the Chief Justice, the Court of Appeal President, and other justices and magistrates will begin their procession at about 9:30 this morning from the Supreme Court building in Main Bay Street down here to George Street, and they will then proceed into Christchurch Cathedral. Now, of course, once that happens, they will receive that charge from the Dean. Now, we spoke to Chief Justice Sir Ian Winder yesterday afternoon as they were preparing for this day. He told us that the opening of the legal year is a renewal. He says it's the time where the legal fraternity comes and presents to the Bahamian people their plans for this year and what they would have accomplished last year. Of course, he stressed the importance of doing just that. As he says, it improves the efficiency and their ability to administer the service of justice to to the Bahamian public. Now, again, this proceeding is expected to happen at about 10 o'clock this morning. Once that happens, we will be standing by for all of the action, and we will be sure to bring that back to you. But for now, coming to you live from George Street outside Christchurch Cathedral, sending it back to you on the desk, Jasmine.
Well, thank you for that, Berthany. And of course, we will check in with you later because there's a lot going on outside, and we'll want to hear back from you. Well, as Berthany pointed out, we will hear the annual report from the Chief Justice, where he's expected to focus on the accomplishments and challenges of the previous year and a preview of this year. One of those most recent accomplishments was the opening of a new complex, specifically for family matters, and that was a very important achievement. So let's take a look back on that day when that complex was opened.
The Judiciary has made the first step in its infrastructure modernization project with the opening of a new family court complex. The new complex sits on Barnett Road near Kingsway Academy, and according to Attorney General Ryan Pinder, KC, the new complex will house the Family and Domestic Magistrates Court, the Family Division, and the Probate Division of the Supreme Court, and act as a mediation center.
The Family Court Complex is our first step not only for a modern court infrastructure, but towards the long-promised system of specialty courts in the country. We continue to advance to ensure a full complement of specialty courts is realized. We firmly believe that different disputes, disciplines, and sensitivities of matters before the courts require unique judicial infrastructure focus.
Chief Justice Sir Ian Winder added the complex will add to the efficiency of the courts to move cases along. While the complex is already in use, Winder says he expects judges to move into the complex by the beginning of January, and by summer 2025, the facility is expected to be fully completed.
A standalone family court offers tremendous benefits in the adjudication of family disputes, separating or isolating these matters from the mainstream or traditional court system. Court users or customers can be serviced in an environment more conducive to the resolution of their disputes.
Describing families as the basic building block of societies, Prime Minister Philip Davis, who was on hand for the opening, stressed the importance of investing heavily in protecting families and facilitating justice on their behalf.
If this complex can help to protect a child, support a mother, or provide a fair arrangement for a father seeking to be in his child's life, if this complex can deliver these outcomes at a faster pace, thanks to our expanded capacity, then this investment will have been worth it.
Reporting for Our News, I'm Berthany McDermott.
That was a great package, and it obviously gave us a lot of information. So I want to just stick a pin right here and talk about these family courts. But how do you think a new physical court for these matters will help the administration with the administration of justice?
I'd like to focus again on serving the public and having the public feel. It's called people-centered justice, that we're focusing on the needs of the people. We have all of the facilities that are necessary and enhance the delivery of that service in one place. And also to support the delivery of the service. For example, a creche, a place where the babies can go, where the toddlers can go, so that moms and dads can actually comfortably come and know that their children will be safe while they deal with matters. There are also the psychological and other kinds of services that are necessary. And as the Chief Justice himself said, importantly, rather than having the room in which they determine matters, I don't want to say adjudicate because we're trying to de-escalate that adversarial feel, it's not like the judge is sitting up high and everybody else down low. It's a different kind of feel as well. So the people inquire into matters and see how family matters. And remember now, family is the bedrock of our society. And when there is family breakdown, we shouldn't attribute fault. It's more a matter of how can we resolve differences and make sure that our children grow up in a healthy environment where no matter what happens with mom and dad, they can have the best quality of life. And that's the thrust of this court.
And speaking of that, beyond efficiency, how might this new facility improve the experience of those seeking justice?
I just dealt with the experience. It's not going to be adversarial. And because it's all in one place, and because all the support services are there, it is fully, and specialized judges as well, it's expected to be quick and efficient. And you know, if you want to go to get child support, you don't want to have a result or a domestic violence order, 6 months is too late. Later is too late. And the whole point is to deal with things quickly so that you can maintain as much as possible harmony in the family.
And speaking of which, I was in the magistrates court complex, and just seeing the families sitting there amongst these other courts was also hard to watch. Children should never be in that type of environment. It's always intimidating.
You got it. You got it, exactly.
So how do you foresee this development impacting the workload and morale of legal practitioners and judicial staff?
I think we were already seeing it. People are so excited. I mean, a lot of training has gone on. As you said earlier, it's been a long time coming. As the Chief Justice has acknowledged, it's a long time coming. A lot of work has gone into it. And so people are excited to see that here we are taking a step in the right direction. They're in beautiful new accommodation. The registry is there. There is all of the modern amenities, the technology and so forth, to make it easier for them to work as well. So people are really excited. And there's every hope that all of that will translate over to the general public feeling that everybody wants to serve the public.
I always say a better work environment makes for better workers.
It certainly does. It certainly does. And good training.
Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. And there were also a lot of ongoing improvements to the judicial system in 2024. For instance, the ongoing installation of the digital court recording system. A few weeks ago, our news visited with the U.S.-based company making those installations. Here's Berthany McDermott with the details.
In an effort to improve access to justice, a U.S.-based company, For the Record, installed its digital court recording system, which allows for live transcriptions and speech-to-text technology. Service Engineering Manager Keaton Stacks explains the parameters of this system.
We're putting in all the way from the front end to the back end to the cloud service where the public can access or attorneys can access same-day transcripts, where the audio system's installed by us as well. So the microphones, the audio signal processor that's turning the microphone audio into digital, getting up to the cloud, and making it accessible again. So there's monitoring packages for the court monitors clerks to being able to monitor what's happening in their courtroom and capture the record accurately.
The system makes the process easier and quicker, which ultimately assists with speeding up the service of justice. It also allows members of the public to have quicker access to court proceedings. But could our Bahamian dialect impact the recording system? Stack says the AI model that operates the system is trained against different dialects.
As it detects different dialects or detects different changes in the cadence of the voice or the pronunciation of words, it'll start to adjust and adapt.
For the Record has been working with the Judiciary since 2017 when the first digital court project was launched here in the Bahamas. In the era of hacking, Stacks explains the cloud service has never had a security breach.
The transcriptions that are happening from the record are all stored in a cloud service that's inaccessible to anybody but the judiciary without very explicit access being granted. This cloud service is something that is custom built in-house by For the Record, so it's something that has never had a security breach, and we at For the Record have never had a security breach. So it's something that gives our customers that confidence that it is a secure platform.
Reporting for Our News, I'm Berthany McDermott.
All right, that was also a very informative report. But what kind of impact does a digital recording system have on trials now?
Okay. In the past, before digital recording, we would have to wait for transcripts to be produced. So the court reporters would actually, originally when I was called to the bar, it was notes taken by hand, then court reporting, and we would have to be transcribed. Now with digital recording, it actually is real time, and it's done in a way. If you can imagine using the digital recording feature on your computer in Word or whatever, that's what it is. Right away, you get it. And so the judges and lawyers and everybody, they don't have to wait until somebody delivers it to them. They can have it right away. So again, things can keep moving seamlessly, and that's very, very important, again, in delivering efficiency.
That also leads to my next question. How specifically does the public benefit from having trials that don't take, I wouldn't say months, years, to, especially if you're someone in court or have a court case?
Yeah, I don't think overnight we're going to move from all that length, but the point is we're moving in the right direction. And so the benefit is that, as I said, rather than the judge having to wait to get the transcript or the lawyer needing to wait to get the transcript to take next steps, immediately you have the transcript. If you want to refer to anything that was actually said in court, it's right there. And one of the things, as you said, that is featured about this is that it's smart technology. So it learns how to understand what people have said in any particular Bahamian vernacular or accents. So not only is it immediate, but the likelihood of it being accurate is high, and it improves in its accuracy over time as well. So this all translates to people getting seamless, timely, quick service, which is very important.
Very important. All right, we're going to take some live looks. We're going to check to see what's happening outside. It's coming upon the 9 o'clock hour, and we are going to take a live look. That would be the main Supreme Court building and also Bank Lane. We see some movement happening, but let's just talk about what's going to happen today. I'll just go through and say, this is going to happen today. So at 9:15 a.m., about 17 minutes from now, the President and Justices of the Court of Appeal will be fully robed and depart the Court of Appeal complex en route to the Supreme Court. That's the Hansard building, and they will be met on the ground floor. Then at 9:30, about 15 minutes later, the Chief Justice, President, Justices of Appeal, and ceremonially attired Justice of the Supreme Court will be led by the head bailiff, bearing the mace and escorted by the Provost Marshal. Then at 9:45, the procession sets out from the Supreme Court to Christ Church Cathedral. And then at 9:55, the procession arrives at Christ Church Cathedral, and at 10 a.m. sharp, the service commences. Then about an hour later at 11, that service will end, and about 11:05, because where we are, Margaritaville, is not too far, they will walk over here. The President, Justices of the Court of Appeal, and Registrars of the Court of Appeal will depart en route to the Margaritaville Beach Resort. Then at 11:10, all justices, ceremonially robed justices, will be led by the bailiff and escorted by the Provost Marshal to George Street to attend the inspection of the guard. Then at 11:30, after the inspection, the Chief Justice and Justices of the Supreme Court depart George Street en route to Margaritaville via car to be met. Then at about 12 noon, the Chief Justice and the Justices of the Supreme Court take the bench for the opening of the legal year. At about 1 p.m. an hour, the court rises, and the official photograph of the Chief Justice, President of the Court of Appeal, Justices of Appeal, and Supreme Court, as well as registrars, magistrates, and provost marshal, will happen on the staircase. And a reception will follow after it's all said and done. And look, but of course, having been a part of these ceremonies in the past, quite a few yourself, what is happening behind the scenes? We're just seeing what's happening now, but what happens behind the scenes?
Well, the police have really been making sure that the place is secure. You'll see in the Bay Street, no parking, anything like that's already happened, and the police presence is there. Lawyers are making sure that their bibs and everything are nicely starched and ironed. The Chief Justice and his judges, I'm sure, are gathering and just thinking about the wonderful things in the past year. He may be mulling over what he wants to say. This is not so much a day for the members of the Court of Appeal, because it's the Chief Justice is the head of the Judiciary, but they will be gathered, I'm sure, also in the Court of Appeal, ready to come down and join their colleagues. The members of the Industrial Tribunal and the Magistracy, similarly, you will see that they all have different color robes, right? Especially the young members of the bar. You will see some members of the inner bar, meaning those who are King's Counsel, I'm sure, here this morning as well, led by the Attorney General, who's the head of the bar. But I think that it's still, even in my day and still, the younger members of the bar, members of the junior bar, are always very happy to come out and be a part of the procession as well.
And you've also participated as an attorney as well as the Attorney General.
Yes.
Is that a different feeling when you prepare mentally to participate?
It is a different feeling. There's a tremendous responsibility. Being the Attorney General, the institution, it's in the Constitution, and the Attorney General also speaks today. It's a very delicate situation because the Attorney General is to be independent. He or she is appointed by the Prime Minister, and so it's political with a small b or small p, but that person has to always enjoy the confidence of the public and also have a very close relationship with the judiciary, which also requires independence. So I'm sure that the Attorney General also, as all Attorneys General have done in the past, to be very careful, to be measured in what they say as well.
Okay, and obviously there is a religious aspect to what's happening today, the ceremony at the church in about an hour or so. For the benefit of our audience, the day begins with the traditional mass at the cathedral. What does this say about the relationship between the church and the judiciary?
Okay. There was a mass at the Red Mass, but the ceremony at the cathedral won't be a mass, meaning there won't be Holy Communion. What it is Bible readings, a charge from the hymns, a charge from the dean, a collection that is given to charity, and then a procession out. But the fact that it commences officially in church speaks to the spiritual nature of justice, and all of us recognizing that we have to be in tune with our spirituality, which will lead us to our acknowledgement of that we are all brothers and sisters, and the need for all of us to recognize that we all, not just those in the judiciary, but all of us are a part of ensuring that justice is seen to be done in our community.
And do you think the public appreciates how the court functions in society?
I have always felt that not fully. I think the public is absolutely interested. And that's why I always say to you, Jasmine, that I think that and I salute you and Jerome and your entire team, Artesia, all of you all, what you're doing is very, very important to bring into the public domain in a very human way why the courts are so important to everybody personally, in a personal way, and why everybody must also, for example, the police can't solve crime unless they get information from the public. And so all of us are a part of making sure that our community is safe and secure and that justice is seen to be done, not just done, seen to be done. We are all important.
And do you think maybe the judiciary can do a little more to be more, I guess, understandable by the average man? Because I'm not gonna lie, 20 years of being in journalism and covering, it's a learning experience. It's fulfilling when you learn, but it's obviously a learning experience.
I agree with you. I do think, and this is the whole thing about what is now called people-centered justice. It's really important to understand that if we're serving people, we have to make sure that people receive and understand what it is that we're saying and doing. So there's no need for legal jargon and all of these mysterious and mystical things. If we want to engage people, we have to meet people where they are. This doesn't mean decreasing standards in any way. It's making sure that, as you have said, it is accessible. And that's accessibility and communication is a two-way street. And so you're absolutely right, have to be a lot better about how we communicate and also opening what's happening in the judiciary to the light of day. That's why the media also is so important, to be accessible to the media so that people can understand.
And obviously a lot that happens behind closed doors is not seen by the public. Is there some way we can perhaps make it so we can learn these things in the school and not just who is this person?
Yeah, I think it is. I love that point. I think it's really important. You're probably too young. I don't know whether civics was taught. Okay. And so when I was in school, civics was taught. And so we understood much better the institutions that govern us and and the role that they play and how we fit into the whole thing. So I do believe it's important. And I think a part of drifting that we see happening in society is that people don't really understand, and we expect us all to understand. But if we don't actually, as you have said, communicate and make it accessible, how can we all understand?
And one of the major achievements, I would say, this year for the judiciary was the court services bill. And we'll talk about that later on, but how has this bill really helped to change the judiciary and how it works?
Okay, in a really, really practical way. The way that before the court services bill, what would happen is that, and what will still happen, is that, partly anyway, during the budget debate, allocations are made for funding for the various ministries and then for the judiciary also, okay? And you saw a head, what's called a head in the budget. But what would happen is if the judiciary, members of the judiciary wanted to have ink for their printer, they would have to approach the government to get an allocation from the budget for ink for their printer. Now, once an allocation is made by Parliament for the judiciary, that is now completely controlled by the judiciary. So they don't know, nobody has to go to the government anymore. You simply have your own setup and you know when you need ink and you get ink in your printer. Now that may seem like an oversimplification, but that's actually what was happening. Can you imagine the delays when you couldn't print something because you had no ink? Those kinds of things were actually happening. God willing, they won't happen anymore.
And you know, the courts was a few years ago, it was a lot of not digital but more paper. So I cannot imagine if you had to go get approval to just print.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's
crazy.
Absolutely crazy. And it is those kinds of things. In a purely legal sense, independence of the judiciary means that nobody's controlling what a judge says in his or her judgment. But when we think about it in a practical way, when I need to go to you to get permission to have ink for my printer, then I'm not independent, truly independent. And so again, that helps to strengthen, this bill helps to strengthen also in that way the independence of the judiciary.
Okay. And while the Bahamas continues to make strides to increase protection against domestic violence, attorney and chairman of the Family Law Division, Reynard Henfield, says policies need to change. He also thinks more efficient laws are needed and a more cost-effective process is required to get abuse victims to safety. Berthany McDermott has his candid comments in this report.
As the Bahamas continues to see several cases of domestic violence, attorney Reynard Henfield believes stronger legal protection is needed in this area. He says too often men and women find themselves trapped in relationships suffering from abuse.
And domestic violence isn't just somebody beating the hell out of you. Domestic violence comes in the form of somebody mentally abusing you, verbally abusing you, emotionally abusing you, financially abusing you.
In 2024, a study from the Inter-American Development Bank shared that 1 in 4 women in the Bahamas had suffered physical or sexual violence in their life, with survivors speaking out about challenges accessing healthcare, law enforcement, and social services in the country. Henfield says many remain in abusive marriages for many reasons. He believes it's too difficult to get abuse victims out of harmful environments.
If one of your sisters were to come to my law firm to say I'm being abused by my husband and we have 2 or 3 kids, I should be able to get them out of that abusive relationship and home environment within 48 hours. Not a month, not 3 months. They shouldn't have to serve their husband with court documents and then run the risk of this person coming home and beating the living hell out of them.
For this to happen, he says, there is a need for policy changes, more efficient laws, and a more cost-effective process. Amid calls for greater protection for abuse victims is the controversial conversation on marital rape.
I fully support it. But I would say to you that it is already a crime, but it's just not called marital rape. If the act says any spouse who has unwanted sex with their spouse can be guilty of an offense and punishment up to 15 years, that's marital rape. You can call it whatever you want.
He admits, though, that there are cultural barriers that hinder the recognition of marital rape.
The church, who unfortunately is of the view that man and woman came before the church to get married and said until death do us part, may be the biggest hindrance.
Reporting for Our News, I'm Berthany McDermott.
And just from that package, we heard the Reynard Henfield talking about what it means to have stronger legislation for domestic violence. Do you agree with what he said in that, or do you have a different view?
No, I do think that we need to make things, the system needs to be looked at and broken down so that everything can move smoothly. I agree with that. There's no question in my mind about the willingness of the Chief Justice and everybody in the judiciary, magistrates at the front line, to make sure that these matters are addressed. The reality, though, is that it's extremely challenging, and also to move people out of a facility, a home, where they're being abused, you have to help them to go someplace, and the children. And so we can pass as many laws as we want. If we don't also provide for safe places for these people to go to, that's also a problem. So it's very complex. It's not just a matter of the law, but it really is a whole system that needs to be looked at. And a part of that system that needs to be looked at is how do we also, from a very early stage, teach our children about acceptable behavior and how to control their emotions and those kinds of things. So we're moving in the right direction, but we do have a long way to go.
Do you think, speaking of that, do you think a lot of pressure is placed on the court system to solve society's problems? Because a lot of what you said I listened to and I thought, yeah, that you can have the laws on the books, they can be enforced, but what's the next step? But do you think it's too much pressure on the court system to say, hey, you need to fix this? If the law is in place, it's a magic fix?
It isn't a magic fix, as you were hinting. I do think that the court system is important because it's the rules that let people know what will and will not be tolerated in society. But as you've also said and hinted at, if we don't have, so what now? We go to court. The court has made an order, but if there's no place to take the mother or the father, but usually the mother and her children who have been abused, then no matter what the court does, it's almost like a feeling of helplessness. So that's why I sort of say that it is very, very complex, and we do need to take it seriously. We go back to the sanctity of our family life. It's not healthy to raise children in a violent environment. It isn't.
And he also touched on marital rape. The debate over marital rape continues for years. Do you see the law being strengthened or even amended anytime soon, or something happening in that regard?
I think for that to happen, our people, it is citizens who have the ultimate power, Mm-hmm. And it is only when citizens, and I do say only, insist that we want to live in a society that is intolerant of rape in any form, that it's politicians who pass the laws. So it is only when citizens make it clear that we're not interested in yellow and red and all of that. We want to see these laws passed, that politicians will understand that citizens, and I also say citizens because it is citizens who sit in the pews of the churches. Mm-hmm. And so when a man and a woman says, pastor or reverend or father, I'm sorry, we don't agree with that, and we make it clear again to the lawmakers that we don't want you to govern yourself by what a pastor says or what a bishop says. We want you to also listen to what we say, that we will see change in our society. So I go back to the responsibility of all of our collective responsibility to develop the kind of society that we wish to live in.
And do you think we are ready at this point to see any kind of change?
Absolutely. You don't?
Sometimes I wonder, because we get mad for a little while or push for something for a minute, and then our attention span turns to something else.
This is true. I think we live in that fast-paced world. I absolutely agree with you. But look at what you started out with. Yes, but we lose our attention. I'm so optimistic because I recognize when I speak to people, as young people like yourself, Jasmine, that our young people actually want a different society. The frustration comes from how do we accomplish it. And these things take time, and so there needs to be that stickability and the insistence that we are not letting this go. We want to see these laws on the books.
And speaking of something else that has been a long-standing issue that we just continue to talk about, last year we saw the long-standing back and forth over the death penalty. Court of Appeal President John Isaacs is throwing his support behind capital punishment, noting it guarantees the individual will not reoffend again. But with the Privy Council reversing previous rulings, could it actually happen? Brittany McDermott reports.
I have never shied away from the fact that I support the death penalty. But in fact, I did it twice, but like I said, I was reversed twice.
Court of Appeal President John Isaacs not shying away from his stance on capital punishment. The conversation reemerged after the tragic killing of a preteen and elderly woman in November. The Court of Appeal President believes that with the death penalty, one thing is sure.
There are those who say that it's been shown not to be a deterrent. Well, there are two types of deterrent. There's specific deterrent and general deterrent. The execution is a specific deterrent. You can be guaranteed that that individual will not offend again.
Back in 2011, the Privy Council overturned the conviction and sentencing of Max Otito, who was found guilty of the 2002 murder of 16-year-old Donnell Conover, determining the matter wasn't the worst of the worst. Noted defense attorney Christina Galana says the term is conceptual. Isaac says what is the worst of the worst remains to be seen.
If you determine that someone is a danger to the community, much like a cancer in the body, you excise the cancer. You don't put it in another location in the body.
While he says he's not certain if this could happen in the Bahamas again, the Court of Appeal president suggests a stronger deterrent is needed.
We do not have a deterrent strong enough to stop the murders that are going on our streets, being carried out on our streets today. Persons don't seem to mind going up to the Bahamas Department of Rehabilitative Services.
So obviously he had a lot to say about the death penalty, capital punishment. He is going to no longer be the president of a court of appeal in just a few weeks. But just a recap of what he said and what he sees as capital punishment or the death penalty being a deterrent. Any thoughts on what he said?
I think that any law on the book, if we are not going to enforce our laws, we should take them off the books. As long as our laws are on the books, this is my personal feeling, that we should be seen to be enforcing them. Now, the Privy Council is our final court, but that doesn't mean that our Supreme Court should have its hands tied, or our Court of Appeal. That's what appellate courts are for, in giving the death penalty, as long as it's on the books. It's their duty to enforce the law. I have one caveat, and that is that when I was Attorney General and since, I do have questions about the inevitable quality of the investigations that go on to bring matters to court. And I do think we need to work on that because, yes, it's a final deterrent, but you don't want to be final. We've seen so many examples of the wrong person, whether it's DNA evidence or so forth brought later. But that's, again, the beauty of what's happening with this Chief Justice. He's pointing out that it is very important for us to embrace modern methods of investigation, including the use of technology. So once we have done our best to properly investigate and bring accurate evidence to court, it is my view that the laws on our books should be enforced, including the law relating to capital punishment or the death penalty.
And it's also a very complex issue because when you talk about DNA evidence, we do not at this point have a proper DNA lab. I can give examples of murder cases where the samples were sent off to the United States, and of course they're dealing with their own cases, and then it's sent back, but then you have to have somebody try it in a reasonable amount of time. And so I think when we have this discussion, people don't realize it's such a complex and there's so many moving parts when it comes to this.
It's not just, yes, we ought to have our own DNA lab here in the Bahamas. There's no question about it. But even when we send it off, people have DHL and Federal Express and all of that. Once the chain of custody, that means how it goes from one to the other so it doesn't become contaminated, is in place, we can get it back quickly. The issue then is payment. Is the government or the courts, the police, it's not the courts, you bring your evidence to court. Are the police paying in a timely manner for the work that has been done? And so we, again, as citizens, you said, we need to understand what's happening behind the scenes. we're not a country that has income taxes. And so we need to understand how the taxes that are imposed by our government are expended. And DNA, if you have to choose schools or airports
Roads,
and all those kinds of things,
infrastructure.
in many islands, we're an archipelagic nation. And so these are the challenges with which we're faced.
All right, and we're going to take a look at what's happening 9:21 and just see what's happening. I know things were supposed to start moving about 9:15, and here we have Christchurch Cathedral. Not much action happening out there at the moment. Everybody still is probably gathered at either the Court of Appeal or main Supreme Court building. And that would be Bank Lane again. Not much movement, but I feel like the movement is more north of this section, more towards the court areas.
Yes, definitely.
Right. We see a few people moving about, and that would be Ann Sparker House and the library, but they should be gathering soon. It's a nice cool day. Sometimes it's hot and people don't necessarily want to march, and they go straight to the
I don't
church.
know whether you've also noticed that, thank heavens, finally, the security of Bank Lane has also been enhanced. So when court is in session, it's not possible any longer to simply drive through Bank Lane. Only those who have a business in that area will be allowed to come in. And that is also very important. We want to celebrate that. Because you'll remember on the days where the people would, there was an occasion once when I was the Attorney General, that somebody actually passed a gun. You know, the people would come to the police would come down with the prisoners, and somebody passed a gun to the prisoner sitting in the bus. Gone are those days. We now have, not only are they not coming down anymore, unless for trial, but that cavalcade is gone, that convoy is gone. And now we have increased, thank God, security on Bank Lane.
Yes, definitely looks like increased security. But how has this tradition evolved over the years, and why do you think it has remained so significant?
You mean the relationship between church and state?
Yes.
I don't think it's evolved tremendously. It's still there, very, very close. It hasn't changed a whole lot. We don't have, our Chief Justice is a Methodist. He doesn't hide the fact that he is a Christian. You'll see his pastor at most of anything that's important, ceremony is important, and his pastor's there. And like I said, I just wanted to accentuate that justice is a spiritual concept. And so it really is important. If we look at the Bible, you will see the king speaking to the prophets. So it's important not to be controlled by our pastors or our priests, but to hear what they have to say. Well, not to the exclusion of our people either. How is justice being served? Are we being effective? What would you like to see us do differently? Those kinds of things, that kind of dialogue is very important. And thankfully, the Chief Justice embraces those opportunities.
Indeed, he does. In what ways does the inclusion of the church in this ceremony reflect the values or principles guiding the judiciary?
Again, I go back to justice. You'll probably hear a reading along the Micah, justice roll down, and do justice and love mercy as you serve the Lord. Those kinds of readings inevitably. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not sure whether the Governor General, she has attended in the past. And as you know, she also is a woman of God. And it is really important that we want to, this vexing problem of crime, if we're going to break it, we have to think about justice. Not only justice for victims, but importantly, as more and more people are saying today, not only justice for the accused persons, but justice for victims. And victims are not only people who have been affected by the actual crime directly, but all of us who are indirectly impacted, feeling unsafe in our homes, feeling unsafe as we go from place to place. All of us have to get involved, and all of us have to recognize that nothing is going to change if we don't accept our responsibility.
And now we have a live look at Bank Lane. As we mentioned earlier, this is where all the action happens. Those are everybody, those are the justices, the judges lining up. And so can you just explain to us, you've done it so many times before, what's happening in this very moment?
Okay, what's happening is that lawyers who are going to be participating in the black, you see them, are there. So you'll see them all coming up. They will be asked soon to start lining up. At the front of the line will be members of the inner bar, of the lawyer line will be members of the inner bar, and then the outer bar, that's the junior bar, also not King's Counsel. Behind those, shortly after that, we will see members of the judiciary come out. They will lead the procession. So everybody's now sort of thinking about the logistics of how the procession will occur until it moves smoothly. And how long will the procession be to the court and from? That is a picture. If you look, I guess, south, you'll be seeing that's towards Ansbacher House.
It would have been nice. I see the bleachers are still up. If they had a few schools just come to watch something like this happen, because those are things that just stick in the memories of children. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and just learning or reading about it in a textbook would be beneficial to actually see it happen.
See it in action for real. Okay. There will be some school children, young people in the cathedral.
Right.
Yeah.
And so one of the country's most seasoned legal minds, Sir Michael Barnett, also bidding farewell to the bench. A former Chief Justice and President of the Court of Appeal, Sir Michael has been a fixture in our legal system for decades. He recently reflected on his career with our Brittany McDermott.
Over the decades, Sir Michael Barnett has served in significant roles in the judiciary. Recounting his journey, Sir Michael was sworn in as Chief Justice in 2009. He says it was a quick transition for him as he was Attorney General under the then Ingram administration at the time. The move, however, didn't come without its fair share of controversy.
There's a lot of persons who thought that it would have been unwise or improper for me to assume that position. Anyway, the appointment was made and I accepted the appointment. It is an adjustment from being a lawyer, Attorney General, an ordinary citizen, to being Chief Justice.
Sir Michael also acknowledged concerns that his politics would impact his stance on the bench. But despite that, he says his ability to work with the leaders of both parties proved politics never affected him. The former CJ says his role as Attorney General helped him in his role as Chief Justice. He says being AG broadened his knowledge of how government operates and opened his eyes to the challenges of an archipelagic nation. In 2020, Sir Michael was sworn in as Court of Appeal President. He says the appellant level has more interesting work.
There's less administrative responsibility as President of the Court of Appeal because you don't have the whole bureaucracy of the Supreme Court and the Magistrates Court to manage.
And most recently, he became one of the 4 law reform commissioners.
So one of the first things I did in terms of circulating a draft law reform bill was the issue of limitations. And there was an ability in the English legislation for the courts to override a statutory period by which an action should be brought, where to enforce it would be inequitable. And it wasn't found in our law.
Reporting for Our News, I'm Brittany McDermott.
All right, so over the decades, Sir Michael Barnett has served in significant roles in the judiciary, as we just heard in that package. Recounting his journey, Sir Michael was sworn in as Chief Justice in 2009. He says it was a quick transition for him as he was an Attorney General under the then Ingram administration at the time. The move, however, didn't come without its fair share of controversy. So let's just talk about his legacy. 2009 was a very long time ago, but he was, despite being a Chief Justice for several years, he continued to serve in the judiciary.
Yeah. So Michael, when he moved from the Attorney General to be appointed Chief Justice, I want to say that he is one of our country's finest legal minds. He's what is called around the world a lawyer's lawyer, and he is passionate, deeply passionate about the law. I believe that only God and his family come ahead of the law in terms of his dedication and commitment. And as he said, it does, it comes with a lot of, it's a heavy mantle to bear. And he would, person that he is, not only did he talk about it, but the way that he is, he would always want to be sure that justice was seen to be done. I might say that he was also the Chancellor of the Catholic Church, so he is also a man of faith. So he's keenly aware of justice. he's also keenly aware of his responsibility to make sure that people see justice being done. And so you will see that his career as Chief Justice, he was warmly, as he said, received by both sides. When I was the Attorney General, I absolutely enjoyed working with him. He understood the challenges and the government, the executive is faced with. And because of his familiarity with everybody and friendship with everybody, we were able to actually have conversations and think about solutions to problems that needed to happen and that needed a good relationship. He spoke about the fact that being Chief Justice involved a lot of administration. It does. And the Court of Appeal involves less administration. This is where he could really let everybody see the magnitude of his legal intellectual prowess. When he was Chief Justice, I want to say that his judgments, you did not see his judgments delayed, unlike with regrettably some other judges then and now, not our current Chief Justice either. These judgments emanating from our Chief Justice now and to Michael, they were really timely, and they understood that when people, the last thing anybody wants to do is go to court. When you're there because you desperately need to be there, and therefore you need a solution in a timely fashion, quick, swift justice to what it is that is concerning you.
And I will say he was also a people's person. I know you mentioned his religion, and I just want to say he also goes to the same church as me and my family, St. Francis the Cathedral.
Yes, he does.
And also I would see him in the food store, and it was sitting in his court, you would always understand it wasn't a lot of jargon. So it wasn't for the media, it was for the people before him. You have the attorneys, but he would also want the plaintiffs, defendants, anybody to understand what was going on in his court. And he recently retired as Court of Appeal president. There's also someone we discussed a little earlier who will be retiring in just a few short weeks later this month. After serving only a few months as Court of Appeal president, John Isaacs will demit office in January. His retirement comes with an impressive legal career under his belt, serving in just about every major area within the judiciary. Brittany McDermott is back with this report.
I also was drawn to the idea that lawyers act as custodians of the rights of the people.
With an impressive legal career under his belt, Court of Appeal President John Isaacs is set to retire from the bench in January. Coming from a long line of attorneys, Isaacs says at an early age he felt drawn towards the law. He started as a legal prosecutor in the 1980s, at a time when he said courtesies afforded to lawyers were greater when compared to now.
But what I have learned is that you don't always get what you want. Even with plea agreements, or plea negotiation as they call it, it's everybody is not going to get what he or she wants. And what I learned to appreciate is that there has to be accommodation.
13 years later, he was then asked to serve as Chief Magistrate with the end goal of serving on the Supreme Court bench. He shares challenges serving in the magistracy.
The most challenging was, in fact, getting magistrates to come to work on time. You might be aware of the reputation of magistrates coming to court late. It's not always their fault, because many times you would see the screaming sirens of the correctional services bus careening through the streets and recognize that they sometimes come late.
Isaac said he was part of the planning and construction of the current Magistrates Court complex on South Street. After 3 years as Chief Magistrate, he was appointed to act as a Supreme Court Justice in 2000 for 2 years. He was then confirmed as a Supreme Court Justice, a goal achieved. Isaacs then elevated to the Court of Appeal and this year was appointed President of the Court of Appeal. To young lawyers, the outgoing Court of Appeal President said this.
Keep the noses to the grindstone.
Reporting for Our News, I'm Brittany McDermott.
Wise words there from the soon-to-be retired President of the Court of Appeal. Now, we just had two packages with one recently retired and one soon-to-be retired President of the Court of Appeal. What effect does a retiring president have on a court like this?
I think that the effect that they will have is the desire of those with whom they served. So whether to carry forward the legacy that they created while they were there. So both Sir Michael and Sir John come from families of public servants, people dedicated to public service. And that would have been their whole style of leading in the Supreme Court and in the Court of Appeal. And they would have given that example not only to their colleagues on the bench, but as you said, you saw it. Citizens would have seen it, not just lawyers, but citizens when they were in court. And so I'm hoping that all of their colleagues understand that if you want to see our society and our citizens embrace you, and embrace you as delivering and struggling to deliver justice, that you need to give the example, not just be really competent, very smart, as they both are, and also desirous of making sure that justice is delivered in a timely fashion. Just that always that consciousness that you're serving others. And so there's, I want to make sure that we understand their legacy in terms of intellect legally, but I also want us to appreciate and understand their legacy in terms of people-centered justice and really being concerned about the people, the country that they were serving.
And so what legacy do you think he leaves behind as the president, or he will be leaving behind as the president of the Court of Appeal?
Justice Isaacs, like I said, he's another person who loves the law, loves the Bahamas, is very committed to service. You heard him mention the need for timeliness or efficiency. That's just in his nature, he can't help it. And anybody who appeared before him would have seen that he's always very courteous, always, again, very important, and always delivers his judgments on time. He starts his court on time, he is very courteous, but he runs his court in an efficient manner because he knows that the litigants need to have a resolution. And he assures that his judgments are always well thought of, that he cares about whether these judgments actually bring justice, and he wants to make sure that they're delivered on time as well.
And speaking of the Court of Appeal, I feel as if that is one of the things that makes it stand out, with the being on time, with there being judgments on time. I know if I heard it was the judgment was coming out of, I think they were one of the first ones to have that website where the judgments were released and say, come to court on this day. And I knew if I went to court on that day, that judgment would be delivered, and it would not take hours. It would take, they come in, it depends on who is sitting at that time. You see them get up. If it's another set, they come in and they sit down. So the efficiency, particularly in that, I'm not going to lie, I loved when I said a Court of Appeal, oh yeah, let me go. I'm going to go see what this ruling is, because I know that will be my story, and it would be an efficient, and even with the way their rulings are written, it's, like I mentioned before, not legal jargon, maybe one or two, but you would understand.
Yeah.
Because obviously the plaintiff or the defendant would have to read through as well.
Yeah, and remember also that these judges are more mature. They would have actually served in the Supreme Court before. And so they understand. They don't have to deal with witnesses here. They now understand that they're delivering on a legal question. And if you want people to understand a legal question and really participate and feel that it's their system, one does have to be legal, but also be understandable to the citizens.
And so by later this month, or maybe early next month, there will be a new Court of Appeal president. What qualities or priorities should the next president possess to continue strengthening the administration of justice?
I think that the next Court of Appeal president has to continue to be concerned about making sure that the citizens of our country feel that the justice system serves them. Okay, that's the first and foremost. And not, it has to be seen to be independent and all of the things that we expect of a justice system, but it mustn't be something 50,000 feet up and unrelatable. It has to be relatable and respected, both, okay? I also think that that person should embrace technology. You pointed to the fact that judgments are up on the website and accessible. So those kinds of continuous improvements so that people can just pick up their smartphone and perhaps see Court of Appeal proceedings streamed live routinely. These are the kinds of things that bring justice into people's homes. it's much easier to do it in the Court of Appeal than anywhere else. And I hope that that next president embraces this opportunity to bring justice to the people.
I want to pause here on this discussion. We have some stuff happening here. This would be Bay Street right now. We see the Royal Bahamas Police Force leading. Let's just talk through what we see here happening. I know that would be the band, so there's obviously music. There are probably media and other people walking on the side to get the shot. But what happens next?
What is happening is that the band is out front there. I see lawyers behind. I'm not sure that that's the procession, because the procession normally starts from the court. I think they may be heading to the court, unless they've changed the route. This is interesting.
They're heading to the church.
So they're heading down Bay Street?
Yes, to the church.
In the past, it's gone from the up and down Shirley Street. So yes, the band is leading the procession. You will see the mace, the bailiff, the court bailiff, I think that is he, in the front of the procession holding the mace, and then the band, and then the judges will be behind. Heading, as you have said, down Bay Street, heading to George Street, and the cathedral. And as I said, the mace is the symbol of the authority
in the front
of the court.
Definitely. And then we see, obviously, people on the side, workers, like I said, visitors. I'm sure some of them did not plan their vacation seeing something like this, but it's always good to see people want to see.
Yeah, I must say, but being a part of processions, those who are visiting on cruise ships were always intrigued, because they do have ceremonies similar, not quite as extravagant in the UK, but I don't recall the US having anything like this.
I don't recall either.
Yeah.
Well, we're here, and obviously our Berthany McDermott is in the mix and with all the action, so it's time to check back with him. He is on George Street outside Christ Church Cathedral.
That's right, Jasmine. So we're standing outside Christ Church Cathedral. Not much action happening. We see a number of attorneys, a few justices arriving. I'm standing here with former Senator and attorney Lisa Bostwick. Tell us why you think it's important for attorneys like yourself to attend the opening of the legal year.
Well, it's very important to start our year off with prayer to cover us. We are the leaders of the judiciary. And we have a heavy responsibility, especially in times like these. The responsibility on the administration of justice is even higher in some elements of the law. So we need to be covered in prayer, and then we need to go and hear what our CJ plans for us, the report of the last year and the report for this upcoming year. And this is when we actually get to, once a year, see the members of the bar, to have a moment with our colleagues, to catch up with people that are normally in the offices, to give them a hug, wish them well, and meet all these new judges. So it's a very good time for us, a bonding of the profession.
So you mentioned hearing from the Chief Justice. What are you hoping to hear in that address that he is going to give, as well as other members? I know the President of the Bar Association, he's expected to give an address as well.
Well, you know, as I alluded to just briefly, there's a lot going on in our country today. And so, of course, the country at large is listening to hear some of the solutions from the bar and the bench as to how we're going to address some of the country's concerns with respect to the administration of justice. So we want to know how we're going to deal with backlog. We want to know how we're going to move things forward. But we want to celebrate accomplishments as well. So we want to celebrate the opening of new court premises on Barnett Road. Although, of course, we're all going to have to adjust to that. But with every change comes adjustment. So we can see the progress, but we also recognize that there are still things that need to be addressed. And we look forward to hearing those plans. Now, you can't have me here without me putting in a plug for women's advocacy. And we want to see the promised dedicated court for sexual offenses. We want to see that delivered. That was promised to us last year. It has not yet arrived. We've got a lot of space opened up downtown by moving these judges. So I'm holding my breath to hear which one of them is going to be dedicated to us.
Thank you so much. And so, Jasmine, again, we spoke to one of the attorneys, former senator, on what she's expecting. So we'll be standing here as all the action happened. But for now, sending it back to you on the desk, Jasmine.
Thanks so much, Berthany. Well, let's pick up our conversation where we obviously left off about the courts, the Court of Appeal, and obviously the Privy Council also plays a role. There continues to be calls for the abolition of the Privy Council as the final court. Is that practical and judicially sound?
I don't think we're going to be able to solve that overnight. I mean, more and more people are saying we can either separate the criminal and civil matters so that our Court of Appeal is the final court for criminal matters, and where there are large civil, especially commercial matters, to the extent that people feel comfortable investing in our country because the Privy Council is the final court, that could be a choice. We can more actively embrace we support the Caribbean Court of Justice, but we haven't submitted to its jurisdiction. There are a lot of options there. That's going to be for the next generation to properly solve, and I think that this debate about what should be our final court, which court should be our final, is a very healthy one, because we all need to understand that this does affect our lives. Whether we think it or not, it does.
And some of the criticism levied is that the Privy Council judges don't understand the culture and practical circumstances of our jurisdictions. Do you agree with that?
I don't know whether I have to actually live in your country to be able to make a decision on a commercial matter, or to decide. Remember now, matters of law are decided. Now these matters have societal impact, but I think that the only thing we will see that's controversial at the moment is the Privy Council stand towards the death penalty. I don't think that there's a lot, except for perhaps the cost of having to go there. They're not forcing us, to help them as the final court. It's our choice. Right. And so I think the debate is healthy because it's that will enable everybody to accept a final decision.
And some countries, Caribbean countries, have the Caribbean Court of Justice as their final court. Why would we not necessarily follow?
I think I'm happy that the administrations that went before, and this one as well, understand that this is something. The judicial system affects citizens, and citizens have to be comfortable about deciding that we're going to change what is in our Constitution and what's been our laws, and that impacts people. So we do, make no mistake about it now, we do financially support the court, and we have a relationship with the court. Their judgments are cited in our courts and so forth. At the moment, we simply haven't submitted to the jurisdiction, and I think that's a matter for our people to participate in.
All right, so we want to check back in with our Berthan and McDermott, who's standing by live just outside the Christchurch Cathedral with a representative from the Bahamas Bar Association. BJ?
That's right, Jasmine. So more members of the legal fraternity, they're arriving here on George Street. I'm joined by Glenda Roker. She's the treasurer of the Bar Association. So I guess from that perspective, why is it important to attend this morning's event?
It is a time and honor tradition that we would have inherited from our English forefathers. In fact, they continue to have the same practice throughout the Commonwealth. And what is so important about it is our opportunity to recharge, reflect, and to make our aspirations for the year to come. It is important for us to attend and invoke God, who is indeed the ultimate judge. And so what you will be seeing here this morning is numerous members of the legal profession, justices, magistrates, members of the Industrial Tribunal, members of the Office of the Attorney General, members of the Inner and Outer Bar, all assembling together. As you can see, we are all dressed in our traditional regalia, symbolizing our own unity and our strength. And for us, it is important for persons to see us in the community. A lot of times, persons believe that we're disengaged. We are members of this community. We do not live in ivory towers, so it's important for persons to see us in the streets and understand that we are also a part of the same fight for justice.
So I guess if you could say real quickly, because as you can see, they're about to arrive, what are you hoping to hear from the addresses today?
I am hoping to hear more about reforms. I am hoping and praying that I can see a bit more in completion in matters, to say the least. I'm hoping that we can have some cohesion with government agencies as well as the judiciary as it relates to the dispensation of justice. So that is what I am looking forward to.
All right, thank you so much. So, Jasmine, like I mentioned, actually to our left, the procession is actually here on George Street, led by two officers on the motorcycles here. We can see the Chief Justice, the Court of Appeal President, and other members from the legal fraternity, as well as law enforcement, arriving here at George Street, about to go into Christ Church Cathedral for that session, that church service rather, to begin. We also see Commissioner Shanta Knowles here leading this procession as well.
All right, thank you so much, Berthany. And as we were just discussing, we see the new Commissioner of Police, Shanta Knowles, is in all her first female Commissioner of Police is there. Obviously, that's a major accomplishment for us women. But what do you think about her being named the next, or the current Commissioner of Police, and where we're moving as a country?
I think that it is fabulous. I do think that it is important for men and women to be actively at the table, actively bringing the gifts that God has given us all to the table. And I would love to see the day when people are not saying, oh, she's a woman or he's a man, but because we're so used to men governing, but rather focus on the competence of the person. And she is unquestionably competent. It's historic, it's a huge celebration for women, but also for our country. Very much so.
And obviously, Berthany was just talking to a representative from the Bahamas Bar Association, and the president will be speaking in just a few hours. What role or how important is the Bar Association to the whole system of justice? Very, very, very important. Remember now that if you want to bring a matter to the Supreme Court, you must be a lawyer, must come bring it to the court on your behalf. Other countries like the United Kingdom have a separated profession. They have solicitors and barristers. So we say Bar Association, which means a barrister. But our members of the bar could be called simply lawyers, because they do chambers work as well as only appear before the courts. If you're not called to the bar, you can be a lawyer, have studied law, but unless you're called to the bar, you cannot appear before the courts. So the importance of the Bar Association, that it governs the conduct of lawyers, it governs whether or not they are qualified, what are the qualifications necessary to be called to the bar, the rules that govern their conduct when they are practicing and when they appear before the courts as well, and also how they are disciplined. So to make sure that quality service is given. And I want to happily say that the president has continued in the light of other presidents as well, building on their legacy, to fight, and we will be seeing some amendments to the Bar Act to assure that lawyers, in the same way that other professions must constantly improve and make sure that they stay up to date, we will see that also happening with lawyers. And so very shortly, you're looking at a live look at everybody entering Christ Church Cathedral. And very shortly, we will go to the service that's slated to start at 10 a.m. sharp. But before that happens, I just wanted to discuss with you what's happening inside. The Dean of the Cathedral will use the occasion to speak to the legal fraternity and the country about issues the church might deem as important to the national discourse. From your experience, what kinds of things are addressed in this setting? And if you could guess, what might he address this time around?
I think that, yes, the dean inevitably, and sometimes the bishop speaks, but it's usually the dean, uses this occasion to press members of the judiciary to their responsibility to deliver justice. In the past, bail, the issue of bail, the issue of backlogs, the issue of timeliness. I'm sure that he will celebrate the fact that we have a family court finally. So it's those kinds of things that don't let us sink into complacency. Inevitably, they say, yes, you did a good job, but now these are the things that you also need to do, so don't get complacent. If I were to put in common parlance what the dean's charge normally is, it's that. The idea of delivering justice is something that you do every day, so don't become complacent.
And obviously he will, I know whenever he makes an address or addresses anybody, he's always very direct. Sitting in the church, do you think it will be received, receptive, and how is it worked into what judges, magistrates, lawyers do every day?
Well, he's a master communicator. He's very deeply religious, and again, we have such wonderful, smart Bahamians. He's another one. He will I would be shocked if he doesn't start with a joke. He's a wonderful communicator, and he relaxes people by cracking a few. We'll have some lawyer jokes, I'm sure, okay? And so we will laugh at ourselves. And then he will touch us up a little bit, don't get complacent. The kinds of topics that I mentioned, probably, we'll see. And then, because this is occasion to be, it's a serious occasion, but also we celebrate the fact that we are a Christian nation, and we are coming in the church and honoring Christian heritage. And so we will end probably on that note as well.
And how influential are these addresses in shaping the perspectives of the legal fraternity and broader national conversation?
Very, very important. I mean, just look at the length of that procession, lawyers turning out. You can say, well, they have to. Well, they don't. They do not have to go. And the fact that the lawyers consistently come out, the judges they don't have to go. It's respectful to come, but they don't have to. The fact that people come indicates that the respect that everybody who is directly involved in the legal profession and the administration of justice feels that it's a very important occasion, and that what has to be said by the dean is important to be heard and acted upon both.
And I think we were sitting here last year about this time. He gave a very, very fiery speech. I think he addressed crime, for sure, but there are new issues. I think the cost of living is something that's always on the mind of people, but when dealing with the judiciary, do you think they or he would be somebody who would be aware of what's happening in the courts and when it comes to crime, to give a very, I guess, precise and direct communication?
He will. And remember that the chancellor of our church is a member of the Court of Appeal, Court of Justice of Appeal, Barnett Turner. The vice chancellor is former Justice Diane Stewart. And there are many members in his congregation, and this one, the cathedral, and other congregations are lawyers. He also serves, he being the dean, as a member of the board of the Office of the Public Defender, and he may still be there as a member of the board. And so he's keenly aware. I know from my own personal conversations with him when I was the Attorney General and since, he's deeply concerned about what happens to, let me use the word, the ordinary man. And that is why he was so passionate about the Office of the Public Defender. Are we making sure that that person who can't afford the top lawyer, right, can he get good, solid legal advice? He or she get good, solid legal advice. He's very, very concerned about that.
And as we take a look at this live look, just looking at the number of lawyers showing up this morning, what does this signal?
I think that lawyers recognize that, hey, it is really important to let our citizens in the country know that we need to be covered in prayer, that we take our responsibility seriously, that we want to be seen, to be concerned about delivering justice. I would be surprised if the cathedral isn't packed.
And later in here would also be packed. Yes.
Absolutely.
Looking at this live look, I would say last year wasn't as many lawyers.
I look around in here, I think we maybe have seen some standing room only.
Right. But it's just amazing to see how many people are taking up jobs and want to be in this career and want to make a difference, because this is a profession that you make a difference. What is decided in court can impact someone's life and a lot of our lives, because some rulings are used to determine other cases.
All of the rulings have an impact on some direct and indirect. And I think, I never say that. People say, oh, we have too many lawyers, don't study law. I never say that. Once you study law, you can never be the same. It teaches you to think differently, and you will be different. And whether or not you go to court, you can't tell me any aspect of life that isn't governed by rules in the law. Unborn, rights of fetuses, and now we have in IVF, so even we have legal matters governing what about those embryos, right? All the way to past death and everything in between. So the law touches every single aspect of our existence. And it is very important, as you have said, that we understand it. and participate in it, and participate in shaping it.
But why did you decide to become an attorney?
Same reason. I mean, I think that it is the most fascinating profession that anybody could ever want to be a part of. And it impacts, if you care about your society, you have to care about the law. The law impacts society, it shapes society. It sets the rules by which society governs itself in every aspect of society's existence. So if you care about your society, if you aren't a lawyer, you need to care about the law.
And obviously, what hasn't changed is the church service at Christ Church Cathedral, but what has changed is where everything else happens, not in that Supreme Court building. We talked about it earlier. How do you feel that they were able to move, kind of change up tradition and move what happens with the Chief Justice, all of those things, to Margaritaville? Do you think it was a good move?
I think it was an excellent move, and I like the fact that the current Chief Justice is not afraid to make bold moves. He's respected. His career has been tremendous. He's very measured. He's trusted. He's accessible. He's not afraid to talk to the media. You saw if you go to the website, you'll see his interview with Jerome, right? Your Jerome Sawyer. I challenge you, how many other Chief Justices have had that kind of interview? I can't think of any, right? And there it is on the website. And so these kinds of things that are being done to make the administration of justice more accessible are welcomed and not surprising coming from him. Welcomed by our citizens. And so I congratulate him for that. I think it's excellent.
I think initially what had happened was COVID in 2020, and because it was that cramped court, they took it outside. We were under tents maybe for the first 2 years, and obviously a pandemic had to happen to see some kind of change.
I think it helped bridge the change, but I'm not so sure that Sir Ian wouldn't have done it. Because like I said, he's not afraid. He is a really, really courageous person. And I think, some people see courage in a way that is almost reckless. He's courageous almost in a Joshua way, And so I think that people trust that and respect it.
What do you think he brings to his role as Chief Justice before we get to the church service, which is just moments away?
Gravitas and trust and respect, if I had to summarize it just briefly, those kinds of things, those qualities that are very, very important.
And he's also been to the forefront giving interviews. I feel like he's also a Chief Justice. When you sit down and you do interviews with him, he understands how to speak to to me, it's so important to be able to speak to the common person and to understand, because like I said, court changes people's lives.
It does. He's been, as well as, he didn't come to the law. He came to the law from I think he said he studied chemistry and math or something different. He also taught for a while, and he may even still teach, but while he was a judge, he taught. So he's always stayed in touch with people and the need to communicate and see things through different prisms. He's not afraid to do that. As well as, he has tremendous intellectual prowess, and he's not afraid to understand where society needs to move and how do we move there in a way that people feel comfortable, that we're not being reckless, and we can continue to be trusted for investment, for safety, for justice, all these kinds of things he respects and he understands.
And I do remember last year him being very specific for his 2024, the goals, the accomplishments. And I do think one of the things he said, and I'll never forget, is he thinks the old Supreme Court building should be a museum. I've seen some footage that our production team, excellent footage of the renovations. They look good. But do you think that should be something? I know they're supposed to be building new courts, expanding. We just had a few new justices sworn in within the past week or so. But maybe that complex needs to happen sooner rather than later?
I do. It can't happen, obviously, until we have our new Supreme Court complex. But I think, you speak it into the atmosphere, I can absolutely see.
And that's some of the footage we're looking at right now. That's the Hall of Chief Justices. So many things have happened.
Yes.
So many things.
Yes.
But yes, you were saying about enhancing the physical spaces?
Once the Attorney General has announced, he announced last year, I'm sure he will speak more to it this year, and he did at the family court opening as well. the acquisition of the spaces, 50 Shirley Street and others. He had announced that the Clarence Bain building will be coming down, that the new complex will be built there. And there are some plans for some of the buildings that exist to continue to be used. But the Chief Justice has said that the main Supreme Court building will be a museum. It'll be a wonderful museum, and not just a place for us, but also visitors as well in the heart of downtown.
And obviously, we are waiting for the church service to start at Christ Church Cathedral. It hasn't started as yet, but as soon as it does, we will toss it to there. But just want to speak about some of this footage we're looking at. That would be the prisoner's dock in one of the Supreme Court
main Supreme Court building.
Main Supreme Court building. That would be the one.
The old Chief Justice's court. Yeah, it still is.
And can you just explain how our courts mirror those of the British?
The Old Bailey. It'll be the Old Bailey's criminal court in the UK. There will be a prisoner's dock because obviously the accused is on remand and therefore has to be maintained in a secure place. But unlike the old days where sometimes we saw shackles on people that no longer exist, thank God, that's where the jury would sit. When in the old days when we would have this ceremony there, that's where our dignitaries would sit. There is the dock again. You'll see where this Chief Justice or judges sit at the bench. On the tables, the front table is where the members of the inner bar would sit, and the table behind it is the members of the outer bar will sit. The black chair is where the court reporter or those involved in recording would sit. That door on the far left that is open is where they come in and exit. The judges come in and exit.
And so have you been in the court since they have been renovated? I would say renovated because I was a little shocked to see some of this footage.
I have not seen the hallway of our past Chief Justices. I'm dying to go and have a look. I think it's what a wonderful idea. And I'm happy to see that the technology continues to be ever present. You'll see the cameras, the screens there that allows for video conferencing, video presentation of evidence, digital presentation of digital evidence, so no papers and photos will all be projected onto those screens. So we are embracing technology, continuing to embrace technology and improving our embracing technology. That's very, very important.
And that technology has been around for, especially the video conferencing has been around.
Yeah, when I was the Attorney General, we led that, making sure, and that's why during COVID we were able to smoothly continue because we actually had all of our courts.
The setup was
basic technology was there for video conferencing and so forth. To save a lot of money, you'd imagine witnesses flying in from anywhere around the world, including the Family Islands, and imagine if the matter didn't proceed. That would have been wasted money. Right. So now you can stay where you are and simply be video projected into the court to give your evidence.
And it also helped with the inmates on remand as well?
Yes, we had courts made it at Fox Hill, the Department of Corrections. I'm showing my age, Fox Hill. The Department of Corrections, so that any matter involving people on remand up until trial can happen in the courts at the Department of Corrections. So again, embracing technology.
And there is a court there as well. I think I was there Two?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there a few years ago. I had the opportunity to see, and it's literally like a court.
It is.
Yeah.
Enough people are not aware of it, but what you will see, people take it for granted now, you don't see that people racing down like we used to anymore because any matter that happens between charge and trial can happen from those courts. We no longer need to transport people from the Department of Corrections because there are courts there that can be video conferenced. So people can be sitting on Bank Lane and they can be sitting at the Department of Corrections.
Okay, and we're looking right outside Christ Church Cathedral where they're going to have the church service. There are a few people still pulling up, and there are some officers just waiting, and that just speaks to security.
Yes, it's very important.
And security being beefed up in recent years, and just making sure everybody is safe.
That is very, very important. And I think that, again, people have to understand, when we see this kind of presence, we understand that the state takes seriously protecting of our judicial officers. And this is important also for witnesses, you know. You talk about witness protection, witness anonymity, and so forth. But if the state can't protect the judicial officers, why would I believe the state is going to protect me if I'm going to be an anonymous witness? So these signals that are sent are very, very important. We should not take them lightly.
And even while we were sitting here today, I was getting distracted because I love dogs. They had the police force and the dogs just checking the room and making sure everything was safe and secure. And so we feel safe and secure here because we have the checks going on in place, and I'm sure they feel safe and secure. I will talk about one of my earliest times several years ago. I don't know if you remember, I think Alfred Sears was the AG at the time, and somebody had walked up to him and gave him, I think it's a picture and a photo. We didn't know what it was at the time, but they walked up to the church and it was like a cylinder, but it was lemons and a crazy message. And so things like that, I guess, helped with security and making sure.
Absolutely. I use the word complacent sometimes, and within church, we become complacent, and that we have to be very careful to assure that we take so seriously the administration of justice, especially in a climate where we see assassinations here in the Bahamas. We have to make sure that everybody understands that witnesses, members of the jury, litigants, judges, lawyers are all protected. And we take it very seriously.
Okay. And so we are looking at a live look outside Christ Church Cathedral, where everybody is inside, and we will be getting there in a moment. But let's just talk about beyond security, just having everybody participate, and the turnout that we saw today, especially with the lawyers, we have the justices, the judges, and adding on to the bench. I think I mentioned earlier, just this week we had 2 new justices sworn in. How important is it, given that the caseload seems to be climbing? They're trying to catch up with case backlogs, especially from COVID. It's not a new thing, but COVID had helped to increase that backlog. But having more judges to get through these cases.
I think the Chief Justice has pointed out that if we want to get rid of the backlog, and if we want to put more and more people feel comfortable, thank heavens, to come to court, that doesn't mean that every matter should come to court. But if we want to be satisfied that we can actually deal with matters in a timely fashion, then we need to have the facilities and the appropriate complement of personnel to deal with these matters. And what I admire about him, and I encourage one of the things, many things that I admire about him, and the public to feel confident about, this Chief Justice is not afraid to actually look at data and be accountable. So we're not just adding on judges for adding on judges' sake. Those judges will have to show him, and he will show us, that our investment, our taxpayer investment in these judges is paying off. So they will need to be accountable, and he will account, and he will give us the data.
And how important is data? I know the courts, like if I have to say somebody besides the Department of Statistics, like showing my age, because that's not what it's called anymore, but I feel like the court collects that data. They know what's happening with the courts, but how important is data to carrying out justice?
It's extremely important. I mean, you have to have people feel that judges are not just sitting there doing nothing. So what are they doing? Don't just talk about it. Show people that this year all of the courts processed X number of cases, and each court, so each judge did X, Y number of cases. The complexity of the cases. I want to be careful that it is important to note that just because you as a judge may have done 10 and I did 5, that doesn't mean that I'm working less than you are, because the cases may be different or complex, more complex or less complex. But it's important to show that thought is being brought to what is happening in the court, and is each judge being productive to the maximum possible extent that they can.
And obviously being proactive. I know a phrase that you know very well, swift justice.
Yeah. That is very important. And it's important to understand that justice delayed is justice denied. And of course, we're not pursuing people just for pursuit's sake. We want to be satisfied, though, that it's about efficiency in the system. And this is what makes people have confidence in the system. We're not going to have a stable society where people do not feel confident that the justice system is for them. That is not a healthy society.
And do you feel like people feel as if cases are moving through the systems? I know we say cases, right? But there are obviously criminal, civil, financial. Are they moved? Do you think
I think
people feel that way?
No. I think that there's a lot of room for improvement. I think people see improvement, but there's a long way to go. There are still delays that are unacceptable in the criminal side and in the civil side. The good news is that the Chief Justice is not afraid to talk about it and to show how it is being addressed, and also to give the evidence that it is being addressed, and that's healthy.
All right, and now we are going to take you inside Christ Church Cathedral for the start of this morning's Mass.
A reading from the letter of James. Listen, my beloved brothers and sisters. Has not God chosen the poor in the world to be rich in faith and to be heirs of the kingdom that he has promised to those who love him? But you have dishonored the poor. Is it not the rich who oppress you? Is it not they who drag you into court? Is it not they who blaspheme the excellent name that was invoked over you? You do well if you really fulfill the royal law according to the scripture. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. But if you show partiality, you commit sin and are convicted by the law as transgressors. So speak and act as those who are to be judged by the law of liberty. For judgment will be without mercy to anyone who has shown no mercy. Mercy triumphs over judgment. What good is it, my brothers and sisters, if you say you have faith but do not have works? Can faith save you? If a brother or sister is naked and lacks daily food, and one of you says to them, go in peace, keep warm and eat your fill, and yet you do not supply their bodily needs, what is the good of that? So by faith itself, if it has no works, is dead. This is the word of the Lord. Thanks be to God.
Dr. Spatman, hold it, Dr. Spatman. Thank you. You may be seated, please. My brothers and sisters, good morning. I want to recognize today the presence of our Bishop, the Right Reverend Leish Boyd, Bishop of the Anglican Diocese of the Bahamas and the Turks and Caicos Islands, and Archdeacon Hugh Bartlett and Fathers Eric Miller and John Pinder. I also wish, on behalf of the wardens and members of Christ Church Cathedral, to welcome all of you here this morning, extend warm greetings and good wishes to all of you for a safe and healthy, productive and meaningful new year. To the Honorable Sir Ian R. Winder, Chief Justice, and his dear wife, Justices of the Supreme Court, Senator the Honorable Ryan Pinder, KC, Attorney General, Minister of Legal Affairs, the Honorable Wayne Munro, KC, Minister of National Security, Mr. Justice John Isaacs, President of the Court of Appeal, and Justices of the Court of Appeal, President of the Senate, Honorable J. Michelle Arley, former Chief Justices, members of the Senate, members of the House of Assembly present, United States heads of missions, chargé d'affaires, Ms. Kimberly Furnish, and members of the U.S. Diplomatic Corps, and most especially, and I wish to offer my congratulations to her, Ms. Shanta Knowles, the Commissioner of Police, the Royal Bahamas Police Force, Deputy Commodore of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, members of the Judicial and Legal Service Commission and Court Council, retired justices, permanent secretaries, acting director of legal affairs, director of public prosecution, president and vice president of the Industrial Tribunal, registrars of both the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal, chief magistrate and magistrates, Mr. Khalil Parker, KC, president of the Bar Association, and executive members of the Bar Association, government officials, members of the inner and outer bar, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to you all. Today I'm not the preacher, so I have a few short ones for you. A few short ones, and I will not try to take away too much time from the bishop. So, light moments for the opening of the legal year. And the first one is, why don't lawyers enjoy fishing? Because the fish don't fall for their lines. And what do you call a smiling, courteous person at a bar association convention? The caterer. How does an attorney sleep? How does an attorney sleep? First he lies on one side, then he lies on the other. What is the difference between a good lawyer and a bad lawyer? A bad lawyer can let a case drag on for several years. A good lawyer can make it last even longer. Why are estate attorneys the most determined, because where there's a will, there's a way. What is the difference between a lawyer and a herd of buffalo? The lawyer charges more. Finally, a lawyer's dog dies, and he wants to honor it with a grand funeral. He asks the priest, but the priest refuses, saying it's inappropriate. The lawyer asks, "Do you think 50,000 would convince you?" The priest quickly responds, "Why didn't you tell me the dog was a Catholic?" My Lord,
in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Some words taken, please be seated, some words taken from Paul's letter to the Philippians. Finally, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is pleasing, whatever is commendable, if there is any excellence, if there is anything worthy of praise, think about these things. Mr. Chief Justice, sir, members of the judicial services in our land, and members of the legal profession, I greet you all and wish you a happy new year. We have made it to 2025, and we ought to be grateful and use this opportunity to do good things. It is an honor and a privilege to address you on this, the opening of the legal year. And I've chosen for my reflection words from our brother Paul to the Philippians. Whatever is true, honorable, just, pure, pleasing, and commendable, think about these things. Paul's letter to the Philippians was written when he was in prison. He wrote to thank them for their ongoing love and support, and to thank them for the gifts which they had sent to him by way of Epaphroditus. He also wrote to encourage them in their faith. His message was, the joy doesn't come from possessions and relationships entirely, because possessions and relationships can be taken away. True joy comes from Jesus Christ alone and not from circumstances. It is from this platform that Paul wrote some other powerful words in this same epistle, that we find joy, that the Philippians find joy in suffering, in serving, in believing, and in giving. And that is why I chose the text which I did, from which to address you today, members of the Judicial and legal professions in our land, I want you to find joy in what you do, in serving and in giving of yourselves. You may ask, how so? And I'll ask you to follow me closely for a moment as I tell you. These ceremonies surrounding the opening of the legal year represent a fine tradition. And I am one of those who believe that we need to maintain this tradition. As I have often said to some of you, I'm a wig and gown kind of guy. Just look at what I do for a living and how I dress. And so you won't get much revisionist sympathy from me. What is tradition? Tradition is the transmission of customs, benefits, practices from one generation to another to provide grounding, identity, and meaning. But tradition also gives us the impetus for life in the present. Tradition is a part of every person, society, and culture, every single one. We gather as families for Christmas. We do something else for New Year's. We open up gifts at a certain time. We gather for birthdays. All of these are traditions, to name but a few. Traditions define us in a deep and fundamental way. They give us identity. They define us over and against others. They give limits to our world and shape our consciousness. They add character and life to our landscape. I would be quick to add that it is healthy to review and to modify traditions. In every age, groupings will keep some features of tradition and discard others, and over time, develop new norms. This is how tradition evolves. Some of us find these ceremonies today, for example, a bother. We suck our teeth, we grunt, but we turn up anyhow, again. Some of us enjoy and revel in these ceremonies, which I think we should. But any tradition or symbol or ceremony is superficial and meaningless unless the deeper meaning and purpose are known, appreciated, and proclaimed. That deeper meaning must govern our philosophy and our behavior if we're going to be more than a puppy show and a carnival. And I know that your distinguished selves would not want to be a puppy show or a carnival. Today, then, is not just about carrying on a custom, but today we gather according to custom to celebrate a system that brings justice and wholeness and resolution to those who are in need. The poor, the middle class, the rich, people of every race and creed. That is what this is all about. And we mustn't miss that in all of the fanfare. If this system of providing justice fails, then shame on all of us. How then, do you ask, do we live the real meaning of these ceremonies? And I just have 3 suggestions. 1, you are called to administer justice, to manage and to operate our legal system. It is not a perfect system, but we must be quick to note that it has many good qualities. It also has room for growth. It is easy to be negative, to be overly critical, and even to be cynical. But don't do that. Each of you must do what is in your power to make the system the best that it can be. That's sensibly and practically how it has to work. Each must do what is in his or her power, in his or her corner or realm, to make this system the best that it can be. And that exercise starts with you yourself as an individual. The system is as sour and as bad as your negativity, your cynicism, your failure to perform, your lack of accountability, and your lousiness. Plain and simple. Conversely, the system is as good, positive, and efficient as your best attitude, your accountability, your self-application, your integrity, effort, and hard work. In short, all of you make up the system. So do your best, be your best, give the system your best, and make it the best that it can be. I have already tried to change the whole world, and I know it can't be done. So I'm not expecting any one of you to change the whole system. But I simply say, be your best, do your best, give it your best, and make it the best system that it can be. Point number 2, remember that you're human. Do not let garb, processes, procedures, and pressures diminish your humanity. Do not let them cause you to forget that the client to whom you relate, in whatever capacity you relate to them, that client is human too. The client is not a case number, but a son, a daughter, a mother, a father, a brother, a sister, an auntie, or a cousin to somebody. Just like you are those things to somebody. If you or I let garb, processes, procedure, pressure, workload, frustration, or what we're going through in our personal lives, if we let these things cause us to be less human, less professional, then shame on us. And if we allow that to happen, then we would have failed. Not because we couldn't do any better, but because we did not do better. Yes, friends, we have to struggle to be our better selves, our best selves. We must be driven by higher values, by more sterling character traits, not by our baser character traits. Sometimes we have to be bigger than the smallness, the pettiness, and the irrationality of our superiors and of those clients that we are dealing with. In other words, my friends, the onus is on us to see a better world, to dream a better world, and to work for a better world. And if we get lost in this profession and lose sight of those kind of things, then God help us. We have to have a vision for a better day. We have to have a heart for higher service. And we have to want to make a difference, one person at a time. So what I'm telling you is, I'm not saying you're not allowed to struggle. I'm not saying you're not allowed to be overwhelmed. I'm not saying you're not allowed to be frustrated or to be disillusioned, because that's life. And anybody who tells you otherwise is dishonest. But what I am saying is, from where you sit, in this place that you have chosen to be, in this profession that you have chosen to be in, from where you sit, as you do your work, you have to aim high. You have to aim high. One of the greatest tragedies in life is not that some of us aim high and miss the target, but that some of us aim low and hit the target. One of the greatest tragedies in life is not that some of us aim high and miss the target, but that we aim low and hit the target. So boys and girls, we have to aim high. We have to have a vision for a better day and a better world. A better life for ourselves and a better life for our clients. So point number 2, aim high. With your attitudes, aspirations, operation, and service, aim high. Be human. Be professional. And the third point, whether the client is a stranger or an acquaintance, you, for that day or for that season, must be their loved one. You must be their valued family member, their best friend. And what do loved ones and family members and best friends do? They seek what is best. So you've got to seek what is best for the client, no matter how much they yuck up your vexation. You got to seek what's best. Because in our work, in our profession, if we do not employ love, then what we do is formless and meaningless. Don't believe me, I didn't make that up. Listen to what Jesus said. A new commandment I give to you, that you love one another as I have loved you. By this, everyone will know that you are my disciples, if you love one another as I have loved you. John chapter 13, verses 34 and 35. So what you have to do in your being human is you have to make that client more human by the way that you love and honor them. In conclusion, I say again, try your best to represent the best of human qualities, not the worst, and the best of your profession. Make your parents, grandparents, and teachers, and all those who poured into you, make them proud. We have a wonderful country here in the Bahamas. We got our problems like everybody else. Problems are a part of the real world. But we have something here that is precious, that is special. We must cherish it, honor it, and seek always to preserve it. And while we can't influence the whole of Bahama land, we can start in our sphere, where we work, where we are called to serve, by seeking to do the best we can there. And if you didn't pick it up already, that's all I'm asking you to do. Do your best in your realm. I wish to commend you here gathered for the fine work that you do. I wish to commend you for how you have held the fort together and what you have accomplished. Many of you sacrifice much, work hard, and I want you to continue it. As always, there are some of you who could do better. I don't know who you are, but you know who you are. And if you could be a better person, a better member of this profession, then you consider seriously doing so for the good of yourself, your soul, and for humanity. I want you to have a good year. I want you to have the best year you ever had. I want you to strive to be your best self. I want you to be the best human being that you can be, so that you can influence your peers and your clients on their own journey toward humanity. I wish to thank you, Mr. Dean, and the family of the cathedral for welcoming me and for sponsoring this service every year. I want to thank you, sir, for the passion that you employ in doing so. You see, all of us where we are have to seek to do our best. And so I come back to you. What you fix your mind on will determine your words and actions. Therefore, I am calling on you to aim high and to keep the words of St. Paul before you. Whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is pleasing, whatever is commendable, if there is anything at all worthy of excellence, if there is anything at all worthy of praise, then you think about these things. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
On behalf of the Honorable Chief Justice, we want to also extend our welcome to Justice Marva MacDonald Bishop, President of the Court of Appeal of Jamaica, and Mr. Keith Bishop, her husband and attorney-at-law, the Justice Maxine Jackson, Judge of the Supreme Court of Jamaica, and Mr. Jordan Jarrett, Senior Judicial Counsel, Court of Appeal, Jamaica. We welcome you warmly to the opening of the legal year here in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Of course, we welcome you to our beautiful Bahamas. The greeting of peace. The kingdom of God is justice, peace, joy, and love, inspired by the Holy Spirit. The peace of the Lord be always with you. Also with you. We have the hymn once again, please.
Life and mercy.
Let us pray. Lord, have mercy upon us.
Christ, have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy upon us.
Christ, have mercy upon us.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Lord God, the judge of all mankind, we pray for those who are called to minister justice among your sons and daughters, to clear the innocent and to convict and punish the guilty. Give them prudence and discernment, that without fear or favor they may justly and mercifully fulfill their duties as in your sight, to the good of our nation and the glory of your name, through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen.
O God, the King of righteousness, we bring to you in prayer those who bear responsibility for maintaining law and order in our land, especially judges, magistrates, and the police, that the innocent may be protected, evildoers be brought to account, the rights of all defended, and that we as a nation may enjoy the blessing of a just, free, and peaceful society, through Jesus Christ our Lord. God and Father of us all, graciously bless this our nation, and send out your light and your truth to lead us in the paths of justice and peace. Give wisdom to those who exercise authority in the government of our land. Remove all cause of contention and strife from among us. Unite us in the service of your kingdom, and make us a God-fearing people, obeying your laws and living together in brotherly love and peace. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Before I pronounce the blessing, I would like once again to wish you all a happy new year and to wish you a good year in your profession. I encourage you to do your best, to have a vision for what is best for yourselves and others. If you could have that vision, you could transform your profession into even higher heights. God bless you. The Lord be with you. Also with you. May the Lord in his great mercy bless you and give you his wisdom and love. May he nourish you with the riches of his grace and make you to persevere in all good works. May he order your steps every day and direct you in the paths of love and peace. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be upon you and remain with you now and always. Amen.
Lift up your head to the rising sun. I pledge my allegiance to the flag of the Commonwealth of Bahamas, which stands one people united in love and service.
In a few moments, we will take you outside for the inspection of the Guard of Honor. We'll also check in with our Berthany McDermott later on, who is set up here at Margaritaville as the justices, lawyers, and other guests move over here to Margaritaville for the sitting of the court at the official opening of the legal year. My guest, former Attorney General and member of the King's Council, Allison Maynard Gibson.
Thank you, Jasmine. Thank you for having me.
Okay, great to have you here again for the second year in a row.
Thank you, thank you.
Let's talk a moment about what's happening outside. We see the Guard of Honor outside Christ Church Cathedral getting ready to line up for the inspection, and we also see officers as security. So what happens here?
What is happening now is that the Chief Justice will inspect the Guard of Honor, and of course they will be accompanied by the police band, and this will happen. As you said, things have changed from the old days when this would all happen in Bank Lane. Now the sitting is going to happen here at Margaritaville, and so it has been decided to have the inspection of the Guard actually at George Street, and that's why we see the band and the Guard of Honor there.
And so just a few moments ago, we had the Bishop's charge. What are your initial thoughts on what we heard today?
It was interesting because it was the bishop and not the dean. And it was also interesting because it was he started by using the word joy. So it was rather than pressing and pointing out delinquencies in the system. And I said not leaving us in complacency before the service. It was much more, a different kind of approach this year from the bishop. He started with the use of the word joy, and urging lawyers and everybody in the administration of justice to be joyful and be happy about the task, the important task that we all do, and left us with 4 things to remember. If I had to sum it up in a phrase, it would be do your best and be your best.
And also, it seems as if he was telling members of the judiciary to treat people how you would want to be treated. Yes. One of the key phrases is do your best, be your best, and of course, give your best.
Give your best. And he was pointing out, we spoke earlier about the importance of justice being accessible, the administration of justice being understood in terms of being accessible. So he said, don't look at a client like a number, a case file. Look at your client as an aunt or a best friend, and with a spirit of love. And as you love your family and love your best friend, you treat them in that way, and therefore you give them your best.
And how important is it for an attorney, or even any member of the judiciary, to connect with a client, to see them as people, and as the bishop said, not just a case number?
I think that is extremely important. If we want to have our system of justice appreciated, we have to be everybody in the system, all directly involved in the system, have to be accessible, and people have to feel us. But I also want, Jasmine, as we said earlier as well, for all of us, it's like, I don't think anybody would go to a doctor you don't like. You want to connect with your doctor. So similarly, there are almost 2,000 lawyers. If you don't like your lawyer, get another one. There are lots of lawyers out there, and there are lots of opportunities. So remember your power. You don't have to have a particular lawyer. You can choose, and you can interview, and you can ask them the things that are important to you, the same way you would ask your doctor certain things that you want to be comfortable with because you're sharing things that are intimate. The same thing when you go to your lawyer, you have a problem that you would like solved, but it's personal. And so make sure that you resonate and you feel that person resonates with you also. That's very important.
All right, we see something happening outside the church right now. So the honor guard is lined up and ready for the inspection. Yes, and that will be led by the Provost Marshal and the Chief Justice.
Yes.
And the Provost Marshal in this case would be the new Police Commissioner, yes. Shanta Knowles. Yes. So I just want to take us right to a live look and just watch what's happening outside Christ Church Cathedral. that was one of the more colorful pieces, of how I will describe it, of this morning's proceedings, and heading into this afternoon, the inspection of the honor guard. There was a lot of symbolism in those shots. We saw the mace, not that mace, the court's mace.
The court's mace.
As well as the oar. And the Chief Justice, led by the Provost Marshal, Police Commissioner Shanta Knowles, completing the inspection of the Guard of Honor, an historic occasion as this is the first official event for the newly installed Police Commissioner. As we await the arrival of the Chief Justice, President, and Justices of the Court of Appeal and Supreme Court, along with the head bailiff with the ceremonial mace, escorted by the Provost Marshal, we want to take a moment to focus on the mace. The 104-year-old Supreme Court mace has been carefully restored at the hands of a local artist who opened his workshop space not long ago as he worked on the design. Berthany McDermott has that report.
It was bent. It needed polishing, so it had quite a bit of oxidation on it. Like I said, the cross, these elements were bent out of shape.
Ahead of the opening of the legal year, the Judiciary is taking a significant step this year to refurbish one of its symbols, the Supreme Court mace. As local artist Keyshawn Monroe explains, the traditional symbol had a significant bend at the shaft. He says he had to begin by taking it apart.
At first, it appears to be just one solid structure, but then when you realize you could take it apart, everything kind of screws back together. So it makes it a little bit more difficult to work with, but a little easier at the same time, because you could work on them one piece at a time, but then everything else to fit back together. So if I fix or if I change the dimensions or bend one shape to the left, then the other one has to be corrected in the same manner to accommodate.
The Supreme Court mace was built in 1921 and is a neo-Georgian design. When we visited his workspace in late December, Monroe was hard at work using a small torch to fill in the hole in the brass surface with a small flame. Monroe explained heating the metal makes it a whole lot easier to make changes to the object. The next step, he explained, was to create molds to replace symbols at the top of the mace.
Made molds of each of the symbols that broke off, right? So this is a mold of the cross. What I did, I used resin to make a replica of the cross. So the objective now is to place this replica here, make sure it matches up in terms of the dimensions, the thickness, the size, and then I'm going to cast that using bronze, right? So basically, I'm going to remake the bronze symbols.
The mace is now completely restored. Monroe stressed the importance of documenting cultural artifacts.
I think we need to focus a lot more on those aspects in the Bahamas, considering the fact that we are in a very hurricane-prone region.
The Chief Justice has completed the inspection of the Guard of Honor, Sir Ian, along with the President of the Court of Appeal, Justices of the Supreme Court and Court of Appeal, along with other judicial officers and members of the bar, will move over to the bench. In this instance, the Supreme Court is being simulated here at Margaritaville. I want to focus on the attire and symbols we are seeing throughout the ceremony. And I guess we can start with the ceremonial mace, because that was a very informative package. Actually, when we were preparing for this, that was one of my stories that I was really looking forward to. And it's also good to see that a local artist was able to restore this mace that's more than 100 years old.
Absolutely. Happily, I'm proud to say he's a member of our team at University of the Bahamas. And as you know, Keyshawn also will have done these beautiful paintings depicting our flamingo incident. I say that because he's deeply, deeply rooted in our heritage and the need, as you were speaking earlier, to have people understand our heritage and why it's important. And people will say, well, you're talking about something 104 years ago. We're celebrating something that is British. But if you look at the attire of the judges, of the lawyers and so forth today, you recognize that our common law judicial system actually evolved from Great Britain, from the United Kingdom. Same with the United States, which at one time, they were colonies as well, okay? And so we are celebrating not just our heritage as a part of the British system, but the continuity and the solid foundation that our judicial system is based upon that can give people justifiable confidence that we're not willy-nilly topsy. We are all absolutely grounded in something that people all around the world can understand.
And another big part when I first started doing this 5 years ago was the robes, the different colors. The Chief Justice is in red. Each court, Supreme Court, a magistrate's court, even the Industrial Tribunal has their own color.
Yes,
for
at
the
one
robes.
time they didn't have robes, the magistrates and the Industrial Tribunal. But I think it was under Sir Michael's tenure as Chief Justice, just acknowledging the symbolism and the importance of the ceremonial significance of the day, that it just made sense.
And I also noticed, I wanted to ask you, there was a ribbon on the back of the robes with the Bahamian flag colors. What does that symbolize?
Well, when robes are worn, the members of the court wear a rosette on the back, and we give a nod to our Bahamian heritage by putting our colors on the rosette for our judges.
And we know from past experience, the Chief Justice will use the opportunity to speak about challenges as well as accomplishments of the previous year.
Yes, he will.
We do have a package coming up later from the Chief Justice talking about some of those, but from where you sit as a former Attorney General and a King's Counsel, what are some of the achievements this year for the judiciary?
I want to celebrate, as the Chief Justice has, the passage of the Court Services Bill, which renders in so many significant ways the Supreme Court, the Judiciary, seen as independent, as a standalone, not just in words, but actually the way it carries out its duties of governance. Also, we must celebrate the opening of the family court at the end of December, the end of last year. Very, very important. These things, the significance of, we can spend the whole day talking about them, but people will really feel them in very significant ways as we go forward.
And with the Court Services Bill and the court having autonomy, we spoke briefly about it earlier, about being able to control finances and buying ink, but obviously the court needs funding as well for other projects, other infrastructure. How important is autonomy and what this autonomy allows for the judiciary for the first time ever?
Extremely important. I mean, like I said, Parliament will continue to make the allocation for the Supreme Court. But unlike the past, for example, where any acquisitions, ink, hiring of personnel had to be approved by the executive, we no longer have that. Also, any charges that are levied by the court for services remain under the control of the court. So all of these are very practical things that in concrete ways demonstrate the independence of the court. It controls its own purse.
How's the dispensation, or are you aware of the dispensation rate?
I'm not. I don't have the cost of actually the services that are provided, but they are there on the website. You will see the Chief Justice has said many times that we're going away from paper and towards e-filing. E-filing means that you also pay online, so everything is there online. And for you to be able to pay online, you can use your smartphone. It's easily accessible. There's no mystery anymore. It's all there and therefore accessible. Very, very important and to be celebrated.
There were a lot of high-profile cases this year, and it seems as the courts were able to dispose of them very quickly. How does that impact the, image of the court system?
Whenever the court is able to move cases through the system quickly and efficiently, that also always garners respect. But you will hear the Chief Justice himself, he has said, and he will continue to say, we've come a long way, but we have a lot further to go. And you will see him continuing to break down and cut away, almost like pruning the tree from the system, steps that are not necessary as we move towards greater efficiency, greater opportunity for the court to be efficient and accessible.
And mentioning efficiency, you kind of touched on it, the e-filing system, paperless, online. You don't have to come down here or anywhere to even have
it. You can do it from your desk anywhere in the world.
Right. How does that help with efficiency?
Extremely so. I mean, imagine having to go, get up away from your desk, go all the way downtown, look for parking, pay for parking. Maybe when you get there, the registry is busy or closed. All of that is gone. And all of that wastes time. And time is a limited commodity, only 24 hours in a day. So if you can actually do it from your office, over the internet, pay everything, every step over the internet, the paying, the filing, and it's all there right away for everybody to have access to it. Think about it with paper filing. There's also the stamping, the need to then go and file it in a file, transfer it over to the judge's court. The judge and the lawyer, go and serve the lawyers and all of that. All of those are steps that have been pruned away, and now once it is filed in the electronic portal, everybody immediately has access.
I want to pause right here to just take a look at this footage. We have people filing in here at the ballroom, which will serve as a court and sitting to mimic the main Supreme Court building down on Bank Lane. This happens after the church service, after the inspection of the honor guard. It's 11:41. We do expect that to start at about 12 o'clock. That's when we'll have speeches from the president of the Bar Association, as well as the Attorney General, and of course, the Chief Justice. But everybody, if you look around, we can actually physically hear it. Everybody, it's like, hey, I've been seeing my old friends from a long time. So while people may be adversaries in court, or some of you all know each other. It's like a fraternity.
And that's a wonderful way of brotherhood and sisterhood. That's very, very important. And it also gives people confidence that my attorney knows how to defend me and fight for me, but not every matter is won by a fight. He or she also has such a good relationship with members of the fraternity that maybe I can get my matter settled before a trial or before it even gets to court, and that also saves money. So that fraternity is very important.
And another part of the going back to the court services bill, it addresses fees. Are you able to speak to that?
Yeah, it talks about the fees are all set out, and so they're there. And also, it makes it also very clear. We could talk about costs also. But although it continues to be in the discretion of the judge, it continues to be the rule that the loser, in our cases, will pay the costs. The judge has the discretion, and it is to be strongly exercised to determine whether or not and what and how and all of that in terms of payment of those costs. So that is also something that is new and to be celebrated as well.
And I think that system as well, at least in the magistrates' court, they are able to pay online.
Yes.
And that has helped in a digital receipt as opposed, I always make a joke, I probably still have the paper, my ink. I had a ticket before, but the ink is off with that paper. And sometimes people say you must keep, because at that time they were writing it in a book. So just going digital.
See, in your lifetime, how far we've come.
Right.
And it is so important. Again, why would you want the inconvenience of having to go to court to pay for a traffic ticket as opposed to simply signing in and paying? I mean, you do it when you go shopping on Amazon or anywhere else, right? You do it online. It's so convenient. And this is to say it's giving service in a very convenient way. And this is the same thing with the court. We don't need to be so out of touch that we think that we're different. It's a service, and if the service can be given in a more efficient way, that's what we should do to serve our people.
And obviously another one of the, as a young reporter, some of my early cases were in the coroner's court. And I think Victoria Gardens no longer exists there. It's in that nice complex, Magistrates Court complex on South Street. But also this past year, we had a ruling or a decision made, imposed with the charging of 4 officers that moved from the recommendation of homicide up to the Supreme Court. Do you think that the coroner's court is, it's not the first time I've even covered, but of this magnitude, do you think it's being taken seriously?
I think that as we move in this direction, where people see such significant steps as you've just announced happening, then people recognize more and more, if I can put it this way, that nobody is above the law. And therefore we can now say, oh yeah, and take it seriously. People become a little cynical when they believe that policemen or lawyers or others who have, quote, importance are not charged, or they can skirt the law. And when you see that the law is applied in an even-handed, Lady Justice is blind. And when you see it actually happening, then we have confidence in the system. And that's what justice is all about.
And 25 years ago this week, on January 6th, David Mitchell was the last person to be executed in the Bahamas. Within the last few months, the debate has surfaced again, with many calling for the resumption of capital punishment. While this is an action that must be initiated, while this is a talk that must be initiated by the government, is there increased pressure on the legal system in light of the public outcry?
I do think so. I do think there's increased pressure. And I think that the Director of Public Prosecutions, when she considers whether or not she will mount her case in a way that calls for the death penalty, will have to be aware of what the public is saying. That doesn't mean that her determination is solely made by public sentiment, because she has to apply the law to all of her considerations. But as I said earlier, I accept the view and I agree with the view of Justice the President Isaacs, that our laws on our books are to be applied. Otherwise, take them off the books. It's as simple as that.
All right, thank you for all that great insight. We're going to take a break from us as we prepare for the Chief Justice's charge, along with the Attorney General and the President of the Bar Association's remarks. There is a steady stream of members from the legal fraternity filing into this space. And we can take a look at the live look. Obviously, in the last few minutes, I think we discussed before, seeing all of those members that were in the church. We kind of predicted it would be standing room only in here, and it's
that's what they're going to be.
It's now turning into that. A lot of activity.
And not just lawyers. Note, there are also members of the diplomatic corps. There are business people here, there are members of the public here, and this demonstrates that in our country, people are interested in the administration of justice, and it demonstrates that the court is opening itself to be seen, let the light of day come in, so it's the way that its affairs are conducted can be seen by everybody.
And when we have members of other jurisdictions coming here to look at what we do, is there a conversation? Is there anything that happens?
Yes, I see that this year we have invited some dignitaries from Jamaica, judicial dignitaries, the President of the Court of Appeal from Jamaica and others, to come to the Bahamas. This is also to be celebrated because what's happening is our Chief Justice is showing collaboration with others. We're all common law jurisdictions. Just that all knowledge isn't reposed in one person, all knowledge isn't reposed in one jurisdiction, and we are all small enough. We don't have unlimited resources. Let's lean in on each other and learn from each other and share with each other.
Having been the AG and participated in these kinds of events, what should be the message, or what would you suggest the message be from the AG today?
I think I'm sure that he will speak in a tone that demonstrates that the executive understands the essential factor of harmony with the judiciary in the administration of justice. They're separate entities, but there must be harmony and collaboration. And the executive demonstrates its commitment to the rule of law, not only by the harmony and collaboration, but also allocating resources so that the administration of justice can be efficient, as we've been saying many times and the public is saying. That will be evidenced in many ways, but including the family court and the commitment to build a new judicial complex. And I think he will also talk about more laws that are coming on stream. For example, there was a bill tabled last year, I believe it will be debated this year, and perhaps passed this year also, to cause for there to be trials by judge alone rather than jury, if so elected by an accused person. I think we're going to hear him talk more and more about the kinds of things that lend towards efficiency in the administration of justice and commitment to the rule of law.
And that was one of the things that the former Chief Justice, Sir Michael Barnett, spoke about, saying that some of these trials are so complex, it would be
better adjudicated by a judge, and then he talked about the jury pool and not necessarily everybody wanting to serve, and some people just wanting to serve over and over and over again. Do you agree with, now that a law has been passed, the reasoning behind maybe just having a judge instead of a jury?
It hasn't yet been passed, and I hope that everybody will weigh in and participate in the debate. Nobody's saying get rid of a jury system, and I want to say that we must, if we want to have efficiency in trials and justice, we should not run away from serving on the jury. It's really important. So if you're called up, please participate as a responsible citizen. But I also agree, I think it's really important that people should have the option. If I don't want a trial by jury, that I should have the option on good legal advice because of the complexity of my matter, as you've just hinted at, or any other reason that I can elect as an accused person to have a trial by judge alone. That's important. That choice is important.
What do you think can be done to, I guess, make people want to serve or interested in serving as a jury? Because I personally have sat on trials where they had to have an alternate juror or two because in the middle of the case, something would pop up and this person shouldn't have served or can't serve, and so to have that extra few and to have that fully empaneled jury could be a challenge sometimes.
I think that, yes. I think that this Chief Justice is continuing to look at things that can be done, just little things, like how juries are chosen, right? We're always going to have alternates. But if we were using the entire jury list, and if you knew, for example, let me ask you the question, if you knew that you would only be called once every 3 years, and you would only serve in the first quarter of a year, would you be prepared to serve for efficiency? Yeah. But that can happen. But I think that what we have to do is embrace it and be determined to see it happen. And also make it convenient for jurors to serve. Like, if I'm going to be called up, provide me some parking so that when I come downtown I can park. Little things like that make it easier.
Little things.
People are more willing to come and serve.
Little things. Yes. I won't talk to the specific case, but there was a case where it was mapped out 2 weeks. It went on to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 months.
I think that, again, the judges have to be very vigilant about managing their court and managing processes in the court and recognizing when litigants are actually, my words, playing the system by dragging things out. We don't have to repeat. Everybody can hear you. Now move on.
Do you think, since you've served as Attorney General with the implementation of more technology, more judges, this new Chief Justice, do you see any headway with being more efficient?
The technology, you said that word many times, is so important. When I was served as the Attorney General for the first time in 2006, some of the things, and this is when we initiated Swift Justice, we were having delays because we were waiting for paper photographs that hadn't yet been processed. Paper photographs when people were taking pictures with digital cameras. And that was the thrust now. When photographs are taken of a crime scene, just upload them to the system and project them onto the camera in the court. Why do jurors need to have, imagine with the alternate jurors as well, 14 sets of paper photographs? Really? In the 21st century? No way. And so those little kinds of things we have now eliminated. And the Chief Justice is continually looking at little things that can happen that make big impact.
I just want to take a look at the footage we have here. We have a live look at what looks like a stage, but it's not. It's a replication of the Supreme Court. And this is where everything will happen, the official opening of the
Chief Justice will sit here at the
legal
podium
year.
and all of the judges
The
behind
Chief
him.
Justice, yes, will be at that podium, all the judges behind him. How important is it to have this replication here today and have him surrounded by the justices?
Very, very important. It has to be in a bigger space because if we're going to say yes, justice must be seen to be and it must be available to the public, the spaces that we have in the courts are just not big enough. So we are here, moving here so that everybody can. We say we want it to be public and everybody can come. Everybody can come. And so kudos to the Chief Justice for finding a space where everybody can come and also to maintain the solemnity and dignity of the occasion as well. So it's not a circus. We still maintain the solemnity of a court, but in a space where everybody can actually come.
And just a few moments ago, we saw the U.S. Chargé walk across. Yes. So she is here to witness this at all. As all.
Exactly.
She's also new to her position. But having even dignitaries come and see what's happening is
very important. That all sectors of society, Lady Justice serves everybody. The administration of justice is for everybody. And if we're going to be confident not only about our safety, but about how disputes are resolved, can we have family matters, is the family protected? Do the rules apply to everybody? That affects everybody. So everybody should be able to attend on an occasion like this when the Chief Justice is marking the formal commencement of the legal year, which is absolutely a public occasion, and everybody welcome.
And as I look around, I see there are some younger lawyers. Do you remember coming to your first opening of the legal year and how that was?
So exciting. I mean, it is like, here I am amongst the very senior members of the bar, the inner bar, with all my colleagues. I get to show the public how proud I am to be a lawyer, how humbled I am to be a servant of the people. These are all of the emotions that lawyers feel. I mean, we crack lawyer jokes, but trust me, lawyers do take seriously their responsibility to serve their clients, to serve society, and to recognize that without lawyers in a society, imagine how terrible our society would be without people who defend the administration of justice and are prepared to serve it in the serious way that so many of our lawyers, the vast majority of our lawyers do.
And as everyone continues to file in, our Berthany McDermott is right outside the ballroom for letting us know who he's with. That looks like the Chief Magistrate, Roberto Rackley. Berthany?
Yes, we are standing by with Chief Magistrate Roberto Rackley just moments before the ceremony begins inside the Grand Ballroom here at the Margaritaville Beach Resort. Chief Magistrate, tell us a bit about, I guess, what you see as some accomplishments in the last legal year.
In the last legal year, certainly speaking from the magistrate's perspective, as you know, the thing that's gathered the most attention, most significance is the opening of the family courts on Barnett Road, which will compose of the magistrate courts, the family division, also the Supreme Court, and also eventually the juvenile courts, which is again mostly magistrate court matters for the most part. So that is extremely significant. What is really significant about that is the environment that it creates for persons to come to remedy their matters from a family perspective. It's less combative, less adversarial, more conducive to an environment that you would want persons to come if they're dealing with family matters. And you don't have the adults intermingling with the juveniles in terms of the criminal aspect. And again, you're removing family issues away from any other type of other matters that need to come before the court, whether it be civil or whether it be criminal. So definitely the environment.
So you mentioned accomplishments now. So moving into 2025, this new legal year, what are you anticipating? What do you hope to hear in the Chief Justice's address? And I guess what do you hope is accomplished this year from the magistracy's perspective?
Well, I think the fact that the magistrate courts, some moved down to Barnett Road, that opens up a few courtrooms down at Nassau Street. So on South Street Complex, so you may see one or two other magistrates added to the roster. We may be able to accomplish more cases being completed in terms of civil matters and criminal matters. So that is one thing. Also, in the last year, we've added at least about 3 other magistrates. One full-time civil magistrate, which is something that didn't happen before, and also another nighttime, part-time magistrate for civil court. So we expect to see a lot more volume of work being completed based on the opening up of other courtrooms and the addition of magistrates.
So speak to, I guess, the impact some of what you've already mentioned is having. Like you mentioned the addition of magistrates. You mentioned the new court on Barnett Road in terms of addressing backlogs and what we see with the number of cases piling up. How is this impacting all of that?
Well, we've seen a significant increase in the volume of matters that come through the magistrate court, especially on the civil side. Because one thing that ties into what we've been talking about with the addition of the new civil magistrate in full-time was the increase of the magistrate's jurisdiction from which was, it was only 5,000 to now 20,000. And so with that, you're seeing people taking advantage of it. A lot more persons are coming to the magistrate court, whereas they don't have to wait for a year, 2 years, 3 years in the Supreme Court and pay an exorbitant amount in terms of expenses. They can come to the magistrate court. Matters are heard much quicker, and so we've seen a large amount of persons taking advantage of that. So that's one thing I've definitely seen from those increase in the magistrate who's been put at a service, that increase, and the increase in self. So both things working in tandem. It's been a great effect for the Bahamian people.
Thank you so much, Chief Magistrate. Well, again, Jasmine, Chief Magistrate Roberto Reckley here, and we're going to go now, hopefully, inside where this event will begin rather quickly. Coming to you live from the foyer here at Margaretville, Berthany McDermott, sending it back to you, Jasmine.
All right, thank you, Berthany. And we're just moments away from the start of the ceremony to mark the opening of the legal year. His remarks will also give us a glimpse into the proposed changes and improvements of the year. So obviously, we're looking forward to a number of speeches. The Chief Justice, I can remember his speech from last year, so that's one of the ones I'm looking forward to the most. We're going to have a preview. We don't have a preview, but we're going to try to figure out what he's going to, or guess what he's going to try to say today. Obviously, there is the new Supreme Court that's been in the works.
Yes.
Hopefully happening soon.
I think we've had from all three of them, the President, the Attorney General, and the Chief Justice.
But we do have hope that's going to happen soon because the family courts, that project is complete. And then there is also, we saw footage of it earlier, the Hall of Chief Justices. That we saw that footage earlier, in Ansbacher House, and I think Andrew Aiken Photography had that project. We're looking at it right now. So it goes back through time, through history. Some of the faces I don't recognize. You recognize some of the faces?
To James Smith, Justice Birkenhall, Sir Brian Maurice, Sir Stephen Ives, Sir Michael Barnett. I can't see clearly the other ones. But yes, isn't it important to celebrate?
Yes, it is.
So people can mark and know at all times.
And the current Chief Justice, Sir Ian Winder. Obviously keeping our history and having something like this is important because we always have pictures of our politicians, our prime ministers, and so having something like this, how important is it to actually keep track of what's going on historically in the judiciary?
I just think it's so important. I mean, we think nothing about it when we have the prime ministers, but remember that the Chief Justice is the head of the Prime Minister is the head of the executive, the Chief Justice is the head of the judiciary. And so in the same way that we honor our Prime Minister and we can name, our children can name our former Prime Ministers, it's so important that our children should be able to name our former Chief Justices as well, understanding that we are nothing without the rule of law, and we are nothing without justice being seen to be done.
And do you think that role has been filled by people, men who have each given their own portion or their own push to get projects done? I think we spoke off camera about this current Chief Justice understanding succession and continuing on while also completing his own goals.
Yes, he builds on the foundation that he's found. And others have done so as well. And not just men, but women also. There's no question, none in my mind, that the Chief Justices that we've had in our country, especially since I'm speaking now from independence, have all brought to the post the seriousness and the understanding that in a country where rule of law is not seen and respected, and where justice is not seen and respected, we're talking about a society that cannot be an ordered society. So that their role as the head of the judiciary and setting in place all of the means and facilitating administration of justice and confidence in justice, they have all taken very seriously.
If you see me looking around, everyone, that's because it seems to be starting very momentarily.
Waiting for the Chief Justice.
It's 12:04. I saw some of the justices arrive. I saw the oar and the mace being escorted in by the bailiffs. And so at 12 noon, we'll have the entry of the Honorable Chief Justice. We're a little
12, so that should be happening anytime. And also, the first person to speak today will be the Attorney General. That's shortly after 12. That will be Senator the Honorable Ryan Pinder KC. And then we will have the speech from the President of the Bar Association, Mr. Khalil Parker KC. And then, of course, we will have that speech from the Chief Justice, Sir Ian Winder. So we have a lot of speeches coming up.
And they will all be substantial. There's no question in my mind about it. And I do believe the time will be honored.
Right. And we focused a lot on the Chief Justice, but what about the President of the Bahamas Bar Association?
Well, this president has been, he's known for being very direct. He's very passionate about the law. He's very passionate about making sure that the independence of the judiciary is respected. He's passionate about making sure that the facilities that are necessary for the administration of justice are provided. He's not hesitant at all about expressing himself.
And now we take you to the proceedings here to mark the opening of the 2025 legal year.
His Lordship, the Honorable Chief Justice, Sir Ian Winder, and Justices of the Supreme Court.
Wait. Thing to do because Majesty the King. Give in attention. Draw near, and you will be heard. God save the King.
Doesn't.
The Supreme Court special sitting to open the legal year.
Mr. Attorney. May it please your Lordship, the judges of the Supreme Court, might I also acknowledge the President and Justices of the Court of Appeal, President and members of the Industrial Tribunal, registrars, the Chief Magistrate, and other magistrates, the President of the Bar Association, Madam Director of Legal Affairs, and the Director of Public Prosecution, Commissioners, Law Reform and Revision Commission, colleagues at the public and the private bar, special and distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to stand before you today as we commemorate the opening of a new legal year. The occasion is time-honored tradition in our legal fraternity, where we pause to not only recognize the progress that we have made throughout the preceding year to uphold justice, equity, and the rule of law, but also renew and affirm our commitment to continue to uphold these principles. As practitioners, we are custodians of the law. Today, we reaffirm our dedication to serving the people of this great nation. Above all, we recommit to act in the interest of justice, whether in rendering advice, in our representation before the court, or any aspect of our service. Today, I give a charge to our noble profession. We, as legal and judicial officers, must strive for excellence. I want to recognize the members of the judiciary. We all know that it is not an easy job, but it is a vital and effective rule of law in our country. I have spoken in the past about challenges that we've had with respect to timeliness of rendering of decisions. We are still experiencing delays in receiving decisions and judgments that in some instances may be prejudicial to those who are looking for justice. To have an effective judicial system, we must have a firm commitment to rendering decisions in a timely and an efficient manner. In support of the judiciary, I would like to render a challenge to the inner bar. Being a King's Counsel is a prestigious appointment to attorneys often considered leaders in their legal field. And as we know, it certainly allows for greater remuneration. But there's also an obligation to give back to the legal community. Between the Magistrates' Court and the Supreme Court, we have approximately 200 weeks of vacation of judges annually. Think about it. That's 4 years where decisions aren't being rendered and matters aren't being heard. This is 200 weeks. I challenge the members of the inner bar to step up and fill this gap. Embrace short-term judicial appointments to assist with ensuring that matters before the court are heard expeditiously. With respect to the private bar, you have an obligation to assist society and to provide representation to those less fortunate. I encourage you to be more committed to pro bono work in support of our civil society, in support of our not-for-profits, as well as our citizens who cannot render and afford competent advice. Embrace the legal aid clinic at the Eugene DePuch Law School, and those law firms who are able to sponsor your own legal aid clinics. These are all obligations of our profession to give back and provide necessary assistance to those who may need it the most. These are just some ideas on how we as a profession should commit as we strive for excellence. 2024 was filled with many triumphs, but also many challenges. However, we have made significant strides in the administration of justice. Last year, we foreshadowed significant reforms in support of the judiciary, including making foundational upgrades to the court's infrastructure. Today, I can report that we have officially opened the Family and Juvenile Court Complex on Barnett Road. This complex houses both the Supreme Court and Magistrate Court facilities, inclusive of the family and probate registries, along with supporting central government agencies such as the police and social services. We have also completed the acquisition of the property located at 50 and 52 Shirley Street, along with the Rodney Bain building, will be developed into a new state-of-the-art Supreme Court complex. We have received the demolition permit for the Rodney Bain building and will proceed with its removal in short order. We are finalizing plans to commence construction and hope that these will be out for tender this calendar quarter. We also recognize the need for the independence of the judiciary in upholding the rule of law. In that regard, the Court Services Act of 2023 came into effect on the 1st of July, 2024. The judiciary is now officially operating as an administratively independent body managed autonomously from the central government. Congratulations, Chief Justice. We remain committed to providing the judiciary with the tools necessary for the effective and the efficient administration of justice. My Lord, I wish to publicly congratulate and thank those long-serving officers who have recently retired from the office of the Attorney General. My Lord, we had a total of 11 officers who have retired who collectively had 333 years of practice at the Office of the Attorney General. These officers worked tirelessly to serve the country with humility and dedication, prioritizing the interest of our country. I especially thank retired Director of Legal Affairs, Ms. Antoinette Bonamy, for her leadership and guidance over 38 years at the Office of the Attorney General. Ms. Bonamy started with the Office of the Attorney General in 1986. I was 12 years old. Her tenure included civil litigation, criminal prosecution, legislative drafting, legal cooperation and international assistance, and of course, the management of scores of attorneys at the Office of the Attorney General. I want to personally thank Ms. Barnaby for her support and commitment to the Office of the Attorney General. I congratulate her on a noble career. My Lord, I also want to highlight some other notable changes at the Office of the Attorney General. Dania Parker Wallace has been appointed as the new Director of Legal Affairs. Many of you would note that DLA Parker Wallace has a reputation of excellence at the Office of the Attorney General, and I am excited about your leadership. Thank you very much for accepting. Ms. Cordell Frazier has been appointed as the first female constitutional director of public prosecutions. As acting DPP, Ms. Frazier demonstrated exceptional leadership, continuing the growth and development of that department and advancing a mandate to conclude criminal matters and being a fearless prosecutor. Ms. Frazier has the respect of her colleagues, the criminal bar, as well as the judiciary, and I congratulate you. We have a change at Permanent Secretary, my Lord. Ms. Anya Simonet has moved on to the Ministry of Works. I welcome Sonia Comer as the acting Permanent Secretary at the Office of the Attorney General. P.S. Comer is no stranger to the Office of the Attorney General, as she was Deputy Permanent Secretary and Undersecretary at the OAG, and I look forward to working with her. And we welcome back, my Lord, Permanent Secretary Cecilia Strawn to lead the reforms of the Registrar General Department and to establish the long-awaited Land Registry. These are two very important projects that require senior leadership and support. P.S. Strawn was the P.S. at OAG when I became Attorney General, so I am no stranger to her. She is no stranger to me, and certainly she has the familiarity that's required to pull off the monumental tasks of the reforms at the Registrar. My Lord, we have undertaken significant reforms within the Office of the Attorney General. We introduced a state-of-the-art case management system to assist in the proper management of our caseload. This system is currently active now in the civil litigation section and will be implemented throughout the office, including the DPP, by the second quarter of 2025. And we have invited members of the private bar, Mr. President, to register with us to allow seamless communication and management of each case that exists. My Lord, we continue to build capacity at the Office of the Attorney General. 5 persons have successfully completed their LLM degrees in legislative drafting, while others are enrolled to take the degree in 2025. We continue to send attorneys to obtain their LLM in maritime studies, and our investment in training goes beyond legal officers. The first cohort of the Eugene DePuch Law School paralegal course graduated this year, many of whom were administrative staff from within our Office of the Attorney General. And Mr. President, I encourage you to have the private bar take up this tremendous opportunity to train administrative staff in our various offices. My Lord, I'd like to now make some updates on portfolio responsibilities. The Director of Public Prosecutions, Ms. Cordell Frazier, has continued to grow the capacity and focus on the effective disposition of criminal matters in the courts. In fact, the DPP office now has twice the number of attorneys today than it did when I became Attorney General. The Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions has, for the year 2024, disposed of 194 matters in the Supreme Court of the Bahamas. These matters, of course, range from murder to armed robbery, rape, unlawful sexual intercourse, possession of unlicensed firearm, arson, burglary, stealing, and vehicular manslaughter. My Lord, at the Office of the Attorney General, we continue to work to meet our international obligations. Notably, last year, the team at the OAG, in collaboration with the regulators, completed and produced our national risk assessment on the country's money laundering threats. The findings of that risk assessment have been shared with the industry. We've prepared a gap analysis, and we prepare for our 5th round of mutual assessment by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force. A summary of these key findings and our AML strategy can be found on any of the regulators' websites. My Lord, in December, I, along with a team, appeared before the International Court of Justice. In the historic advisory advisory opinion proceedings on the obligations of states with respect to climate change. The Bahamas was among 98 states to make oral statements on the obligations of states to protect the environment from human-induced greenhouse gas emissions, and the legal consequences for the states themselves, my Lord, that have failed to meet these obligations. This will be an historic advisory opinion, as we expect if it goes our way. In 2024, we appointed the Parliamentary Committee on Human Rights, whose responsibilities are to assess and evaluate human rights in the Bahamas, to determine and ensure that we comply with our regional and our global obligations, and to investigate any breaches of human rights within our country. My Lord, the Registrar General's Department continues to make progress on its full digitization. To increase productivity and to provide proper infrastructure, the Registrar General Department has moved to the Financial Center building in new state-of-the-art facilities. The Registrar General Department last year launched its Corporate Administrative Registry Services, what we call CARS, a digital portal for corporate registry to allow for the incorporation of new companies, filing of corporate documents, paying of annual fees, all from the comfort of your offices, without having to physically visit the Registrar General Department. The scope of these services expand by the month as we add new tools to the portal. And during this year, in 2025, the Registrar General will pilot a similar system for the civil registry. We will call it CROSS, and this pilot will start immediately, or start in April, and be fully implemented by the end of this calendar year. Long awaited, within the first quarter of this year, my Lord, we intend to bring into force the Registry of Records Act and the Registry of Companies Act, along with the Compendium of Intellectual Property legislation that we passed last year. Consequently, as a result, we will introduce a separate registrar for the Companies Registry, a separate registrar for the Records Registry, and a separate registrar for the Intellectual Property Office to allow for the focused oversight, management, and attention needed to discharge their statutory functions. My Lord, in the past year, our litigation team has successfully reduced the number of habeas corpus applications being filed against the government, to the chagrin, I know, of some sitting behind me. They do this by meeting with the detention center and the Department of Immigration on a weekly basis to ensure that fundamental rights of individuals are protected. We intend to implement similar proactive strategies with other agencies of the government in order to reduce the government's exposure to litigation. Our Chambers section continues to represent the government on multiple commercial, financing, and conveyancing matters, with what seems to be an ever-increasing level of complexity to transactions in our country. In particular, we are happy to report, my Lord, that we are reaching the final stages of the Arawak Homes Regularization of Legal Title project, a project that began more than 10 years ago. In the next few weeks, we intend to issue conveyances to the first tranche of homeowners, with others to follow. We continue to digitize and revolutionize the private bar's access to government services. As you may recall, at last opening, we announced material upgrades to the Bahamas Laws Online website, which I think the private sector appreciates the upgrades that have occurred. We have recently, my Lord, made the official gazettes for the first time available digitally on that website, eliminating the delay in publishing and improper distribution by having real-time uploads of gazettes separated by categories, so you could search them by categories. My Lord, we have undertaken our public consultation on the land adjudication and land registration bills. These are pieces of legislation that will implement the land registration in the Bahamas. The Compendium of Land Reform Bills will represent a significant step towards ensuring that land transactions in the Bahamas are transparent, efficient, and secure. We intend to have the bills tabled this quarter, the first quarter, of 2025 and debated and implemented by the second quarter. So get ready. In the new budget year, we will have a new land registrar and land registration system. We have already secured space in the financial center, so all registrars will be in the same place for the land registrar and are currently working on the implementation strategy. We will continue our land reform project through 2025 with a new planning and subdivisions bill to come to Parliament this year. We are also looking at the prospect of a law of property bill that will modernize and consolidate the numerous land-related legislation that exists in the country. My Lord, it will be remiss of me if I do not take a moment to speak to the recent and notable allegations in our country. I want to assure that the government of the Bahamas takes all allegations of corruption, both domestically and internationally, very seriously, whether the allegations are against our armed forces or any other government agency or official. We have worked to introduce legislation that will address the concerns of the people with transparency and with authority. The Independent Commission of Investigations bill has been released for consultation, and we have taken note of the feedback that has been provided to us. We will proceed with this legislation to Parliament shortly. We have looked at broadening the scope as well to include those senior civil servants and parliamentarians in the investigation framework of that commission. We will bring legislation to establish a whistleblower protection framework. Whistleblowers are critical to the fight against corruption, my Lord. Not only do they safeguard and sometimes help recover misused public funds, but they also contribute to bringing about policy reforms. Their actions raise awareness and helps establish public accountability and an integrity culture. The Ombudsman Act of 2024 was enacted to provide for the establishment of the Office of the Ombudsman, which will ensure that every public officer acts in accordance with its mandate and in compliance with the fundamental freedoms and human rights. We intend to bring this act into force within the ensuing weeks and proceed towards the establishment of the Office of the Ombudsman this quarter. In conclusion, my Lord, as we prepare to embrace a new year together, I want to charge each member of this noble profession to continue to work together with integrity and ask that we dedicate ourselves to collectively fulfilling the rule of law in whatever capacity in which we serve. Let us continue to build the legal profession with high standards and impartiality, and that we demonstrate fairness in our approach, garnering the public's trust in our legal and our judicial system. As we work together in the interest of justice, may God continue to bless the justices, magistrates, the judicial staff, members of the legal profession, my team at the Office of the Attorney General, and the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas with a safe and productive new year. Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. President.
Much obliged, my Lord. I will stand on the protocol established, and I admonish the Attorney General for copying off my sheet at the church service. May it please you, my Lord. I am grateful for the opportunity to bring these remarks on behalf of Bar Council and the Bahamas Bar Association as we embark on a new legal year. It gives me great pleasure to be addressing you during the inaugural Bahamas Bar Association Legal Week. And I extend my thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister for his proclamation of Legal Week and the Honorable Attorney General for his support in that regard. The partnership between the Bahamian bench, bar, and government has continued to produce impactful and enduring results to the collective benefit of the Bahamian public. While there remains so much more to do, I am comforted by our collective commitment to shared values as reflected in our various collaborations over the past year. Legal Week and its events are a celebration of our national commitment to deepening public engagement in the promotion of the rule of law, the administration of justice, and positive law reform. It is also a time when we place renewed focus on the training and upskilling of both bar and bench in order to ensure that they are best equipped to meet the challenges of a modern Bahamas and deliver upon the expectations of the public whom we all serve. Our public forum held yesterday in collaboration with the Eugene Deputes Law School under the title Death Penalty, the Worst of the Worst, represented an opportunity for the public to engage in a meaningful dialogue with a distinguished host and panelist from our membership, as well as an eminent colleague from abroad. I extend thanks to our host, Mr. Jeffrey Lloyd, and panelists Damian Gomez-Casey, Renard Henfield, and Ty Pindamaki, as well as Professor Carsten Zachler, Senior Counsel, for a truly engaging public forum. I encourage all members of the Bar and Bench to embrace future opportunities provided by the Bar Association to participate in our ongoing public discussion series. It is important that the public benefits from informed, substantive, and constructive debate concerning the serious issues affecting our nation. We also engaged in 2 days of training as a bar on January 6th and 7th, which complemented 2 days of judicial training undertaken by the Judiciary, which were well attended and provided continued professional development opportunities on a wide range of subjects. Thanks are extended to the presenters and attendees at these events. On Monday evening, the Bar Association paused in celebration of one of its great servant leaders, Mrs. Rachel Culmer, Honorary Secretary Emerita, who served the Bar Association with distinction for many, many wonderful years. We remain grateful for the blessing of her service to her colleagues and profession, which she always undertook with her signature warmth and encouragement. She was known to calm the stormiest sea and bridge the widest of gaps. I take this opportunity, with your kind indulgence, Your Lordship, to again extend heartfelt thanks to Mrs. Culmer for her service and continued commitment to the Bahamas Bar Association. Before I reluctantly leave the subject of Law Week, as there is so much to be said for this initiative, I would also like to thank the Law Week Organizing Committee, without whose support and assistance, it would have undoubtedly remained an aspiration. Their leaderships, the Honorable Madam Justice Janine Weish Gomez and Madam Justice Denise Lewis Johnson, Her Worship Jan Marie Darville, and Ianthea Forbes, Bar Administrator. I also extend personal thanks to Bar Counsel, Glenda Roca, our Treasurer, Dawson, our 3-year council member, Crystal Rutherford Ferguson, Kelly Ingram, Roberta Quant, and Tonya Bastian Galanis, Principal of the Eugene Deputes Law School, Dawson Malone, sorry. Bahamas Bar Association Law Week and its events represent the fruits of the positive working relationship that has been cultivated between the bar, the bench, and the government in our jurisdiction, which is something we ought to be very proud of and nurture. While we have adopted an adversarial system of justice, it is important that we remember that as advocates and judges, we are not adversaries. Instead, partners working together to preserve the rule of law and promote the administration of justice. Legal Week also encompasses today's opening ceremony and the opening events in Grand Bahama scheduled for tomorrow. My Lord, I am pleased to advise the draft Legal Profession Bill 2025 has been released for consultation, and that we have had our first consultative session with members on the proposed bill during our Legal Week training sessions. Modernizing the regulatory structure of the legal profession remains a priority for Bar Counsel, as we seek to ensure that our association has the requisite tools to regulate, protect, and promote the Bahamian legal profession on the national and international stage. I would also like to take this opportunity, my Lord, to extend congratulations to Dr. Peter Maynard Casey, President of the Commonwealth Lawyers Association and a former President of the Bahamas Bar Association, who is about to conclude his term as head of that important international legal organization. I encourage members to attend the Commonwealth Law Conference 2025 in Malta on the 6th to the 10th of April 2025, which has been organized under Dr. Maynard's leadership, as the CLA pays tribute to his successful tenure at its helm. Dr. Maynard has been a strong advocate for the Bahamian legal profession to take and maintain a leading role on the international stage, and his career at the bar reflects his continued commitment and embodiment of that goal. My Lord, as the Attorney General referenced, the Court Services Act 2023 came into force on the first day of July 2024. And the Court Services Council, of which I'm a member and of which your Lordship chairs, has begun its work managing matters related to the administration of the courts pursuant to its statutory mandate. The Act and the work of the Court Services Council represent a milestone achievement and reflects a national commitment to an independent, well-resourced, adaptive, and innovative judiciary. The Bahamas Bar Association remains committed to the independence, defense, accountability, and development of the Bahamian judiciary and its jurisprudence. I am pleased also to announce that your Lordship has declared the 12th and 13th days of June 2025 as Bahamas Bar Association Training Days. We look forward to again coming together to share and encourage best practice, innovations, and new ideas in furtherance of our mandate to uphold the rule of law and improve the administration of justice in the Bahamas. Last year's training days and associated events held in June of 2024 under the theme Continuing to Uphold the Standards in Modern Law Practice was an overwhelming success. And I am certain that the planning committee is hard at work seeking to outshine themselves with this year's events. Training, my Lord, is at the heart of the Bar Association's commitment and duty to its members. And I commend our Civil Bar Committee, Criminal Bar Committee, Real Estate Committee, Family Law Committee, and others for their efforts, training, and other activities over the past year. I would also like to acknowledge the commitment of the Office of the Attorney General to continue training opportunities for members, both in relation to significant law reform proposals, such as land registration and the legal profession bill, and as well as for ensuring that our members at the Office of the Attorney General are able to take full advantage of the training, networking, and other events hosted by the bar. As an association, my Lord, we remain conscious of and alive to the public's insistence upon and their undoubted entitlement to integrity, transparency, and accountability from those charged with the administration of justice and public affairs more broadly. The Freedom of Information Act 2017 was intended and promised to reinforce and give further effect to fundamental principles underlying our system of constitutional democracy, namely governmental accountability, transparency, and public participation in national decision-making, by granting the public a general right of access to records held by public authorities, subject only to exceptions which balance that right against reasonable and proportionate public interest exemptions. Hair and makeup. My Lord, while the Freedom of Information Act has yet to be brought into full force and effect, I must emphasize that the public has an inherent right to access the information to which access is intended to be facilitated under the Act. Every day that full implementation of the Act is delayed is an unreasonable and unconstitutional interference with that right. While successive administrations have acknowledged this fundamental right, the government has yet to discharge its obligation to vindicate that right, which remains a priority for the association. We applaud the government's recognition of the need for transparent, effective, and accessible public integrity legislation. Integrity cannot coexist with impunity, and the exercise of the power of the state without the accountability and transparency to which the populace is entitled is tyranny, no matter how seemingly docile or indolent. It is, however, the abiding hope and objective of the association that we fix our national roof while the sun is shining. We have reviewed and provided commentary on the Independent Commission of Investigations bill tabled by the government and Parliament. We look forward to revised legislation as promised by the Attorney General for further consultation that provides for a secure, accessible, and transparent complaint procedure with respect to allegations of corruption or misconduct on the part of not only members of the security forces and public officers as defined in the bill, but also on the part of those office holders identified in Article 127 of the Constitution. Our role as attorneys is integral to the preservation of the rule of law and the improvement of the administration of justice. In discharge of that societal function, we are mandated and called upon to stand in defense of the fundamental rights and freedoms of every individual in the Bahamas. The discharge of our constitutional obligations requires a consistent, positive, and collaborative working relationship between the Bahamas Bar Association and the Royal Bahamas Police Force. We congratulate and welcome the new Commissioner of Police and Provost Marshal, Ms. Shanta Knowles, and I look forward to meeting with her and her top team as we pursue our shared goals for the benefit of the Bahamian people and visitors to our shores. As I often say, and feel compelled to say again today, the Bahamas as a nation does not produce sun, sand, or sea. What the Bahamas does produce is Bahamians. And our national endeavor can best be judged by the lived experience, life prospects, and overall health, happiness, and well-being of the Bahamians that we produce. Increased attention has recently, and rightly, been focused on the children of this nation, who must be better served by the work that we are doing. Children cannot advocate for themselves, so it is of the utmost importance that we ensure that their rights and legitimate expectations are fully accounted for in our reform agenda. In that vein, we congratulate Your Lordship on the recent opening of the Family Court Complex on Barnett Road, New Providence, with its focus on the services that families and young people receive from the justice system, which is emblematic of our collective commitment in that regard. Protecting and preserving and investing in the security, safety, and opportunities for the children of this nation is our clearest and arguably only sustainable path out of the mire of crime and corruption we face as a nation. The Bahamas Bar Association remains committed to advocating for positive law reform that better houses, educates, empowers, uplifts, protects, and equips all Bahamians to embrace and take full advantage of the opportunities available to them, and to create further opportunities for them to grow, develop, and thrive. May it please you, my Lord.
Thank you, Mr. President. My lords, my ladies, other judicial officers, Mr. Attorney, President of the Bar Association, and members of Bar Council, and attorneys, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Under the Supreme Court Act, the sittings of the court commence on the second Wednesday in the month of January. The growing size of our bench and bar has caused these statutory sittings of the court to continue to take place in meeting spaces such as this one, rather than our traditional accommodation in the main Supreme Court. We await the construction of the new Supreme Court complex and the opportunity to return to a more traditional setting. Today is the third occasion on which, as head of the Judiciary, I have the pleasure and duty to welcome you and thank you for taking the time to share this occasion. It is always appropriate to begin such an address by expressing thanks to the Almighty God for His abundant mercies. I continue to be both humbled and honored to have been given the opportunity to serve the Bahamas as our Chief Justice. I remain ever thankful for the support of my family, colleagues, and friends. The week began with the annual Red Mass service at St. Francis Xavier's Cathedral on Sunday past, where we received the prayers and fellowship of His Grace, the Most Reverend Patrick Pinder, Archbishop of the Catholic Diocese of Nassau, invoking the guidance of the Holy Spirit on the work of the courts. This morning, we gratefully received the spirited charge of the Anglican Bishop, the Right Reverend Leish Boyd, who challenged us to aim high and be our best selves. I thank him, along with the Dean of Christ Church Cathedral, for so graciously accommodating us for our usual annual service. I wish to welcome the Commissioner of Police, Ms. Shanta Knowles, and to congratulate her on her historic appointment as the first female Commissioner of Police. We have worked well, very well in the past, and I look forward to working with her in this new role. She takes over an organization which is not experiencing its strongest days, but an organization which we, as a people, cannot allow to fail. There are so many talented, honest, decent men and women on the Royal Bahamas Police Force whose hard work and efforts have been overshadowed by recent events. Commissioner Knowles is the embodiment of these fine men and women. As she rebuilds the trust of the Bahamian people, I pledge to her the full support of my office and of the Judiciary as we continue to carry out our mutual mandates. The Commissioner of Police is the Provost Marshal for the Court, and for this reason, we welcome her presence sitting with us in these ceremonies. I wish to thank her for the usual excellent presentation of the Guard of Honor by the Internal Security Division, accompanied by the Police Force Band. I also wish to express our appreciation for the facilitation of our procession by the Traffic Division this morning. Permit me now to recognize the presence of the President of the Court of Appeal of Jamaica, the Honorable Justice Marva McDonald Bishop, OJ, CD, and a delegation. Justice McDonald Bishop, a special friend of the Judiciary of the Bahamas, provided training support at our recently concluded annual training conference. In the Court of Appeal in 2024, we said farewell to former President Sir Michael Barnett, who reached the constitutionally mandated retirement age. In June, a special sitting was convened to provide a fitting farewell for an exceptional jurist. The Honorable Mr. Justice John Isaacs succeeded Sir Michael as President. Justice Isaacs is expected to demit office at the end of this month. And as the Court of Appeal will convene a special sitting to honor Mr. Justice Isaacs, I will not preempt what I hope to say during that sitting. I will nonetheless use this occasion to publicly recognize his commitment and long service to the people of the Bahamas in so many diverse roles. As Law Officer of the Crown, Chief Magistrate, Senior Justice of the Supreme Court, Justice of Appeal, and now President of the Court of Appeal. I wish him well in the next chapters of his life and look forward to working with his successor in office. Since last year's opening, we welcomed to the Supreme Court bench Justices Joyanne Ferguson, Andrew McKinney, Darren Ellis, Constance Delancey, Dale Fitzpatrick, and Leif Farquharson, King's Counsel. Justices Delancey and Ferguson are well known to you. Justice Delancey is the former Registrar of the Supreme Court, and Justice Ferguson, who had previously acted in the post, joined the Supreme Court bench from the magistracy, having been the longest-serving Chief Magistrate. Justice McKinney and Farquharson joined the bench after distinguished careers at the private bar. Justice Farquharson, who began his practice at the public bar, had been elevated to membership in the exclusive inner bar. Justice Ellis joined the bench following a diverse career which included service at the private bar, in academia, and in the magistracy. Justice Fitzpatrick, a Canadian, joins the Bahamas bench following a stint on the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court. He had previously spent 12 years on the Superior Court of Ontario, Canada. In February 2025, we will bid farewell to Madam Justice Donna Newton, who will achieve the constitutionally mandated retirement age. Justice Newton was appointed to the Supreme Court bench in 2018, but had previously served as Assistant Registrar, Deputy Registrar, and Registrar in the Supreme Court and Court of Appeal. Justice Newton found her niche in the family division of the court and was the first Hague Network judge for the Bahamas. We thank her for her contribution to the judiciary and wish her well in her retirement. I wish to thank Industrial Tribunal President Indira Demarais Francis for agreeing to serve as an acting justice of the Supreme Court during 2024 in the civil divisions of the court in Grand Bahama. We also welcome to the Supreme Court new Assistant Registrars Roseanne Sweeting, Indy Hunter, Jonathan Deal, and Akira Martin. On the elevation of Registrar Delancey to the Supreme Court bench, Deputy Registrar Ronaldo Toot was appointed to act as the Registrar of the Supreme Court. We wish him well in this new role and look forward to his continued service. In the magistracy, during 2024, Attorney Roberta Reckley was confirmed as the Chief Magistrate on the elevation of Justice Ferguson. Subasola Swain and Charlton Smith were appointed as acting Deputy Chief Magistrates. Magistrates Algernon Allen Jr., Kendra Kelly, and Raquel Wims were promoted to Senior Magistrates. Anishka Isaacs was seconded from the Court of Appeal as an acting Senior Magistrate. Kevin Farrington, Miles Parker, and Petrocelli Edwards were appointed as acting magistrates. We congratulate them all on their appointments. The JLSC will advertise very shortly in an effort to fill 2 vacancies for magistrates within the coming months. I wish to also thank Viola Major and Jonathan Deal, who both acted for short stints in the magistracy during 2024. We also said farewell to Judicial Research Councils Rashawn Longley and Glenn Curry, who have moved to the private sector. We thank them for their contributions and wish them well in their new careers at the private bar. On that note, I wish to make a special appeal to young lawyers to consider a stint as a Judicial Research Counsel, whether in the Court of Appeal or in the Supreme Court. It is an excellent initial exposure for young lawyers to the practice of the law without the pressure of firm life or of clients. The training and insights gained have been described as invaluable. In 2024, several judicial officers and former judicial officers were recognized with national honors. Retired Senior Justice Estelle Gray Evans, Justice Franklin Williams, and Industrial Tribunal President Indira Demerit Francis were each awarded the Order of the Bahamas in ceremonies held in October 2024. On the 12th of August 2024, the Judiciary was saddened to learn of the untimely passing of Deputy Chief Magistrate Debbie Ferguson, who died in office. DCM Ferguson, a treasured member of the Judiciary team, had served as a magistrate for over 20 years, all of which was in Grand Bahama. She will be sorely missed, and we continue to keep her family and friends in our prayers. I now turn to look at the criminal courts. The criminal courts continue to receive focused attention. Since our last opening ceremony, we've introduced 2 additional criminal courts to provide additional capacity. 1 additional court in Grand Bahama and another in New Providence. In 2024, deliberate efforts were taken to engage in criminal justice reform in the Supreme Court. Most notable of these efforts was the passage of the Supreme Court Amendment Act 2024. The Supreme Court Amendment Act 2024 has permitted the Rules Committee to pass the Supreme Court Criminal Case Management Amendment Rules 2024. These new rules, which came into force on the 2nd of January 2025, are intended to promote more efficient and effective case management in criminal matters by providing for the defense statement and a mechanism for pretrial evidentiary hearings. The defense statement, along with the full disclosure obligations of the prosecution, allows for early identification of the issues in the case by the trial judge and therefore provides for more meaningful case management. The pretrial evidentiary hearings would allow evidentiary and admissibility challenges to take place before having to impanel a jury. These hearings could even obviate the need for a jury trial to be ultimately impaneled in circumstances where the determination of the issue may decide the entire case, resulting in a withdrawal or a plea agreement. At the very least, it shortens the length of a jury impaneled trial. In advance of bringing into force the new rules, a period of sensitization and meaningful engagement took place amongst criminal justice stakeholders. That engagement included a 2-day training seminar facilitated by leading UK counsel, which involved the judiciary, prosecutors, and the defense bar. In 2024, we established a dedicated bail court to hear all new bail applications in the Supreme Court. To support the establishment of the bail court and the registry functions, I issued a practice direction for approved surety requirements on applications for bail. Justice Brathwaite is the first judge to sit in that court. The purpose of the dedicated bail court was not only to bring a focused attention to the bail process, but to ensure consistency in bail applications and surety approvals. In order to support the system of legal aid in criminal matters and to encourage practitioners to pursue criminal law as a practice area, we increased the fees paid for criminal legal briefs. A practice guidance note was issued in May of 2024 to provide a more structured system for payment to lawyers who engage in this most important work. Now that the criminal case management rules have been passed, evidentiary hearings would also attract the same fees as trial days. A draft benchbook for the criminal courts has been prepared by the Criminal Division. A decision was taken to enlist professional editing and publication services for the production of the work. Justice Peter Jamadar of the CCJ and Elron Elahi of the Caribbean Association of Judicial Officers, who spearheaded the joint bench book for Guyana, Belize, and Barbados, have agreed to assist in this project. We look forward to receiving a professionally edited document, complete with hyperlinks, cross-references, and additional chapters, including criminal case management, by summer of this year. Justice Rena McKay continues to be the Judiciary's liaison person for this project. The Sentencing Guidelines Commission was established in April of 2024 and is being chaired by Sir Michael Barnett. The members of the commission include Senior Justice Cheryl Grant-Thompson as Deputy Chairman, Justice of Appeal Bernard Turner, Director of Public Prosecutions Cordell Fraser, Chief Magistrate Roberta Reckley, Mr. Stanley Roll of the Public Defender's Office, Ms. Miranda Adley as the nominee for the Bar Association, Reverend Carla Culmer of the Religious Community, and Assistant Director of Social Services, Ms. Sonia Sanders. The Secretary and Research Counsel to the Commission are Ms. Christina Wallace-Whitfield and Shona Richards, respectively. The Commission is presently considering the first draft of the guidelines and are expected to report to us very soon. And now look at the civil divisions of the Supreme Court. In addition to the Supreme Court Criminal Case Management Rules 2024, the Rules Committee passed the Supreme Court Provost Marshal Fees Rules and the Supreme Court Enforcement of Orders and Awards of the Industrial Tribunal Rules 2024. They are both expected to be brought into force this month. Practice directions have been issued for fixed date claims and for a further allocation of the work of the court between judges and registrars. On the 19th of December 2024, the Right Honorable Prime Minister officially opened the Family Court Complex on Barnett Road. The Supreme Court Family and Probate Registries were relocated to the complex in November of 2024 in advance of the complete relocation of the Magistrates' Family and Domestic Courts and the Family and Probate Divisions of the Supreme Court later this month. In addition to modern, fit-for-purpose court spaces and registries, provision in the complex is made for all of the attendant wraparound services, such as the Department of Social Services, the police, daycare, and nursery facilities. The complex will also house a juvenile court and a mediation center, which is expected to be completed by summer of 2025. The Judiciary is extremely grateful to the Executive for the considerable infrastructural investment in this complex. During 2025, I propose to establish a separate listing office for the Family Court to provide for greater efficiencies across all divisions. The completion of the Mediation Center will pave the way for the introduction of the long-awaited court-connected mediation component of the CPR in 2025. This will allow us to advance mediation as a viable means to help relieve the stress upon the court system. The Mediation Center will provide a space for the mediation of disputes by both a civil and family nature. The issuance of a practice direction will allow for the appointment of a mediation coordinator to manage the court-connected mediation process for the courts. We intend to capitalize on the many talented mediation professionals already qualified in the jurisdiction. I look at court technology. A significant milestone in 2024 was the bringing into force of the Electronic Case Management Rules 2023 on the 1st of September 2024. On that day, the Supreme Court commenced the electronic filing of court documents remotely into the Judiciary's Courier e-filing platform for the first time. The electronic platform provides a myriad of advantages, reduces paper usage and manual processing of case files, improves security by eliminating the incidence of lost or misplaced files, eliminates the need to physically transport files between judicial offices, improves accessibility by giving 24 hours access to the registry and court files by judicial officers and lawyers alike. The convenience for lawyers to immediately file documents directly into the portal from the comfort of their chambers. Instant updating, as electronic filing means that files are immediately updated and the updates immediately available to all relevant parties. And it strengthens the financial accountability of the system. The system is now being configured for the Court of Appeal, and we expect to extend the platform to the Court of Appeal by the end of the first quarter of 2025. I wish to express my gratitude to Assistant Registrars Roseanne Sweeting and Indy Hunter, who have been managing the newly created e-filing registry and providing hands-on support in helping users access and utilize the platform. The year 2025 will mark a new phase in the recording of proceedings before the courts. The magistrates are now completely dependent on the recording of court proceedings digitally. Except in limited circumstances, the use of stenographers will only be a requirement in criminal trials and evidentiary hearings. Civil and family divisions of the Supreme Court, bail applications, and criminal case management hearings will become completely dependent on the use of digital recording apparatus. We've been steadily building our transcription capacity and have acquired new software to be able to substantially assist our existing cadre of stenographers. In 2024, magistrates began to hear civil disputes of up to, I look at the magistrates court. In 2024, magistrates began to hear civil disputes of up to $20,000. This empowered magistrates to preside over a broader spectrum of civil matters, facilitating swifter and more accessible resolution for individuals and businesses alike. With the enhanced jurisdiction, the magistrate court emerged as a vital avenue for seeking justice and resolving disputes efficiently. In an effort towards enhancing accessibility and efficiency in legal proceedings, we established the first full-time dedicated civil court exclusively for magistrate civil matters. We also added, as of the 1st of November 2024, an additional night civil court. It is hoped that this will streamline the civil litigation process and alleviate some of the burden on the Supreme Court schedules. As the demand increases, we intend during the course of this year to add perhaps an additional civil magistrate court doing exclusively matters during the course of the day. In 2023, a dedicated firearms court was established on a part-time basis, on similar terms to the traffic court. The court has proven to be extremely effective and will be established on a full-time basis with effect from the 20th of January 2025 as the courtroom space becomes available due to the establishment of the family court. The year 2024 saw the completion of the first full year of the return of Family Island administrators hearing criminal and family cases in their jurisdictions as magistrates once again. In September 2024, we began a more intensive focus on Family Island communities by having the magistrates spend a longer period in the islands. Senior Magistrate McKinney spent 2 months across the island of Eleuthera during the last quarter of 2024. He also spent a month on the island of Andros, and a complete schedule has been developed for 2025. In 2025, we intend to leverage virtual technology to augment the hearing of criminal matters in the Family Islands. I'll now look briefly at judicial education. The Bahamas Judicial Education Institute conducted several key training initiatives during the course of the year. A 4-day training program for judicial officers and Judicial Research Council, facilitated by the Caribbean Association of Judicial Officers, was held on January 5th to 18th, 2024, under the theme, Strengthening the Judicial Office. The 2-day training program for judicial officers and criminal practitioners on the new criminal case management rules. In September 2024, a family division workshop was conducted on domestic violence orders. In December 2024, a 2-day orientation program was conducted for newly appointed judges and magistrates. Orientation sessions and training sessions on the digital court reporting and the electronic case management systems were conducted throughout the course of the year. Judicial officers were afforded the opportunity to attend several training programs and conferences overseas in 2024. These included the IP Case Law Conference in Kingston, Jamaica, the ILEA training course in El Salvador, the UWI Caribbean Commercial Law Workshop in Port of Spain, Trinidad, training on civil forfeiture by the National Center for State Courts in Miami, Florida, the Commonwealth Magistrates and Judges Association annual conference in Kigali, Rwanda, the International Association for Court Administrators Conference in Singapore, the International Association for Judicial Trainers Conference in Seoul, Korea, the Global Program on Criminal Network Disruption in Port of Spain, Trinidad, and the eCourts Conference in Las Vegas, Nevada. I wish to thank Justices Dava Gomez and Card Stubbs for the leadership of the BJEI. While some of the training was funded by the Judiciary, regional, and international agencies, a considerable number of these overseas training was undertaken at the expense and support of the U.S. Embassy here in Nassau. Without that support, our attendance and participation in these valuable training opportunities would not have been possible, considering our budgetary constraints. I wish to publicly express our thanks and gratitude to Chargé d'Affaires Ms. Kimberly Furnish and her team on behalf of the Judiciary for their continued assistance in these initiatives, which continue to deepen an already strong partnership. As Chief Justice, I attended the annual Conference of Caribbean Heads of Judiciaries in Kingston, Jamaica in June of 2024. The Heads of Judiciaries Conference was attended by 9 other Heads of Judiciaries from across the Caribbean. The theme of the conference was Judicial Leadership in a Changing Environment. It provided an important forum for the Heads of Judiciaries to consult and collaborate towards the improvement of access of justice for our citizens of the region. The 2025 conference will be hosted by the Bahamas and the Bahamian Judiciary, and we look forward to welcoming the regional heads to our shores. I'll just speak briefly again on the judicial plant. The Honorable Attorney General has spoken to the developments relative to the proposed Supreme Court complex. I will only say that we look forward with great anticipation for the benefits which a modern court facility outfitted with adequate technology and facilities to support the work of the judiciary can provide. A modern court complex will centralize services and permit greater and more efficient use of resources and harness the benefits of technology. He has also spoken to you of the new facilities for a commercial court, and we look forward to working with him on that project. Other capital works in the judiciary included significant upgrades at the Supreme Court Annex 1, to which the Office of the Chief Justice has been relocated. This has permitted the utilization of an additional criminal court in the Hansard building. The internal renovations to Annex 1, which involve each floor, has been substantially completed. Work to the basement and the floor continues. It is hoped that as soon as the work in Annex 1 is completed, work on Annex 2 will progress thereafter. Undoubtedly, the most significant event of 2024 was the bringing into force of the Court Services Act 2023. The Act came into effect on the 1st of July, 2024. This landmark and transformative legislation represents a significant step forward in modernizing and improving the efficiency of our judicial system. By placing the courts under the administration of an autonomous body, conferring on that body the power to provide the courts with administrative facilities and services necessary for the proper administration of justice, to enable the judiciary to manage its administrative and financial affairs, and to promote transparency and accountability in the administration of justice. The Act established the Court Services Council, which is responsible for providing administration and support services for the courts for the management of all matters relative to the administration of the courts. The first members of the Board of Directors of the Council were myself as Chairman, President of the Court of Appeal, Mr. Justice John Isaacs, Madam Justice Gilomena Archer-Mins, Supreme Court Registrar Ms. Constance Delancey, as she then was, Mr. Roberto Reckley, Chief Magistrate, Mr. Herbert Cash, CPA, Ms. Crystal Rutherford Ferguson, President of the Bahamas Bar Association, Mr. Khalil Parker, King's Counsel, and Court of Appeal Registrar, Ms. Christina Wallace-Whitfield. The Board of Directors of the Council is responsible for overseeing the implementation of the Act and has been busy developing the initial infrastructure of the Council and managing the transition process. I wish to publicly express my thanks and gratitude to the Board for their work in 2024 and for their dedication to this process. The Board appointed Mr. Delgado Forbes, Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister, to be the Chief Executive Officer on secondment. We've agreed to the appointment of a new CFO who is expected to take office on the 13th of January, 2024, on secondment from the Ministry of Finance. The Board has approved the new HR policies and are finalizing the new posts and salary scales. This will permit the Council to begin making offers of employment to staff. The transition to the Council has not been without its challenges, the most notable of which has been the loss of some of our most valuable and cherished team members who have chosen to remain in the public service. We respect their decision and wish them well in their new career paths. I also wish to publicly thank them for all their contributions over the years in the development of the judiciary. I wish to commend to you the annual report for 2024, which covers the work of the courts during this past year. It contains important information and statistics about the work and operations of the courts. As usual, it will be available in its digital format on the court's website very shortly, and in hard copy. I wish to formally register my thanks and appreciation to the team responsible for preparing the annual report, spearheaded by Justice Lewis Johnson, Delancey, and Fraser, Senior Justice Fraser, and Registrar Toot. I wish to extend my thanks to the Director of Court Services, the registrars, and their teams, including the staff in my chambers, for the enormous work done in bringing off today's proceedings. As I conclude, I will pause to express my gratitude and thanks to the Minister of Finance, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, and to the Finance Secretary, Mr. Simon Wilson, for provisioning the significant needed capital expenditure for the judiciary during the course of the year, and for the expenditure required in the transition to the Court Services Council. I wish to thank my colleagues in the Judicial Legal Service Commission, Justice Appeal Turner, Father James Moultrie, Ms. Crystal Sands Feast, and Mr. Andrew Ramming for their service in 2024. I also take this time to express my gratitude to my colleagues on the Rules Committee, Justice of Appeal Indra Charles, Mr. Khalil Parker, KC, Mr. Lee Carroll, and Mr. Terry North for their work in 2024. I wish to thank the President of the Bar Association, Mr. Khalil Parker, King's Counsel, and his hard-working Bar Council for partnering with us during the course of 2024. I must say that I'm heartened by their increased focus on judicial education and training for lawyers at the bar. I look forward to continuing our partnerships in 2025. Last year required significant engagement between us across a range of areas of mutual interest. Mr. Parker, as president of the bar, sits on the Rules Committee as well as the Court Services Council. I always value the President's valuable contribution and wise counsel in moving judiciary forward. I want to express my thanks and gratitude to the Honorable Attorney General, Mr. Ryan Pinder, King's Counsel, the leader of the bar, and his team at the Office of the Attorney General, including the law reform team, with whom we did much liaising this year. The Honorable Attorney General continues to be extremely supportive of all of the initiatives and projects of the judiciary. His ideas are progressive, and his desire for the advancement of the judiciary and the justice system remains steadfast. In the transition to the Court Services Council, there was considerable engagement between the Attorney General's office to ensure that the process would move as smoothly as possible. We look forward to working with the Office of the Attorney General in 2025 to achieve our shared goals of enhancing the administration of justice. I wish to publicly extend my congratulations to the new Director of Public Prosecutions, Ms. Cordell Fraser, and the new Director of Legal Affairs, Ms. Dania Parker. Ms. Fraser and Mrs. Parker are both well prepared for their new roles, and I have every confidence that the Office of the DPP and the Legal Affairs Department will continue to thrive under their leadership. I remain privileged to have been afforded the opportunity to lead the talented judicial officers and staff that make up the judiciary across the Bahamas. I again publicly express my thanks for all that they do to ensure that we live up to the constitutional mandate of an independent, impartial, and fearless judiciary. Finally, I give my special thanks to the senior management team of the judiciary, comprising of Senior Justices Fraser and Grant Thompson, Registrars Delancey and Toot, Chief Magistrate Reckley, the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Delgado Forbes, and their teams. With these words, then, I declare the 2025 legal year officially open.
All rise.
And you've just witnessed the opening of the 2025 legal year, and just at the podium was the Chief Justice, Sir Ian Winder. So I want to pause there a moment and just speak about what he spoke about today. It was very, not long, but he covered a lot of ground.
He certainly
In
did.
that, you made notes. I also made notes. He talked about the criminal courts, pre-trial evidentiary hearings, and those being more meaningful hearings before a court case proceeds. So I want to talk about that and why that's important.
It's very, very important. You said you sat on a jury, and you know that there are times when the defense counsel may have an issue with some of the evidence that has been produced by the prosecution. The jury is asked to leave, and then the hearing is called a voir dire about that evidence may take days, okay? What he's doing, that interrupts the trial and is inefficient. What this will do is allow all of these matters to be heard before the trial commences. And then once, if the evidence is not admissible, and if the defense or the prosecution's statement is something that gives a second consideration, further consideration, this may lead to matters being withdrawn with the plea bargains and so forth and so on. And so that is what they're hoping for. It'll be tremendous. So that when you sit down to a trial, the trial just proceeds.
So basically every duck is in a row.
All the ducks are lined up, everything's in a row, the trial just proceeds. That is huge.
And Sentencing Guidelines Commission, that was also an interesting listen for me.
Plea bargaining, the Chief Justice has mentioned before, and when I was Attorney General, I also noted that in other jurisdictions, the vast majority of cases don't go to trial. There's a plea before they even get to trial. In the Bahamas, on the other hand, for example, 10%, he said, I think it was in one of the states, only 10% of matters go to trial. That means 90% are settled or plea bargained before the trial, right? It's the other way in the Bahamas. So you can imagine what a load that is on our judicial system. So together with sentencing guidelines, once they're clear, then people will know, well, yes, I know what the sentence is likely to be, and so I can have a plea bargain and settle this matter before going to trial. That's also very significant.
Another big project, obviously, we are happy to see the family courts. He touched on that as well. Mm-hmm. And he mentioned not only is there a family court there, but there are other, I think he said a registry for family court matters.
Everything to do with the juvenile court, the registrars, the magistrates court, and also the Supreme Magistrates Court dealing family matters and the Supreme Court dealing family matters will all be in the same location.
And so having all of those in one location is obviously important because you don't want to have things too spread apart, because when you need to get your hands on something or even someone, they are in that complex.
The registry will all be there. And also it really demonstrates the concern that is had for the family and building up the family. And I think we spoke earlier about the fact that daycare facilities and psychological assessment facilities and those kinds of things, all of the things that are necessary to support the hearings. And these are not adversarial either. In that court, there will simply be an inquiry into matters, so there's no fault attached to these family matters. And then we're talking about almost like conciliation. How do we resolve matters and make sure that children have both parents involved in their lives, and we respect and build family life as much as we can.
And he said one of the biggest achievements that he viewed was the electronic filing of court documents. And I think we spoke about that as well, and being a major achievement.
We did. I mean, I'll say it again. I mean, imagine leaving your office and driving downtown and taking a piece of paper. The registry may or may not be open. So this is all time adding up and wasted time. It has to be stamped, hand recorded, put on a file. The person serving the document then has to take it to the other persons involved in the matter as well, as opposed to simply filing it, paying for it, and then it's there in the portal instantaneously from your office, your desk. available to everybody. That is such a time saving all around. Again, tremendously promoting efficiency.
And another part, he said, this year will actually mark a new phase or a push for a digital court recording system. I think he said in the magistrates court, they're going to go pretty much fully digital, but criminal cases, I think he had mentioned, as well as evidentiary hearings, they will have a court reporter along with that digital court recording system. Obviously, we spoke off camera about this system not being a one-time installation. It's been in place for several years. However, there are upgrades. The company that they work with, because I've done so many interviews with them.
Wonderful.
They come back and forth to continue their training. There is a training center, I think it's Charlotte House, that they use sometimes for classes.
The reality is, like with any technology, whether it's your Word or PowerPoint or whatever, they're constantly, there are new additions and 1.0, 2.0, etc. And so as these improvements come, improvements include, in the case of digital recording, the court gets a better flavor of the idioms of the Bahamas and how Bahamian accents and those kinds of things, all of these things to promote accuracy and efficiency, and so it's really great.
And he mentioned also the return of Family Island administrators, returning to hearing cases in the Family Islands. I know sometimes there are magistrates that go on a circuit, but obviously they have cases here to deal with. They're primarily in here and Grand Bahama. How important is that to happen to help ease up that caseload?
Again, very, very important. When we think about the fact we are an archipelago, why should somebody have to travel all the way to Nassau when there is something that could actually be dealt with right in their own community? So clearly not all matters will be heard by Family Island commissioners, but there are some matters that can be heard by the commissioner, and they should be held in the person's community. So this is all about, we discussed accessibility earlier on, this is all about accessibility. It's a very important step to people feeling that the justice is people-centered, and those who are involved in the administration are in touch with what's happening in these communities.
Okay, well, our Berthany McDermott was also in the audience as the Attorney General and President of the Bar Association spoke. He joins us now live with a recap of their presentations. Berthany?
That's right, Jasmine. So we did get a recap of the Attorney General and the Bar Association President. The Attorney General speaking to the steps the government has taken to address some issues that's been happening in the country. He said that the government takes issues of allegations against people in high positions very seriously. He says the bills are out for consultation and will proceed to Parliament shortly. He also mentioned the whistleblower bill to protect whistleblowers, which he says will help bring those situations to resolve those situations quickly. We also heard from the Bar Association President, who again spoke to the Freedom of Information Act. He addressed that last year as well. He said that the Bar Association is looking forward to revised legislation on securing and making complaints procedures more accessible. He also said there needs to be increased attention on children of the nation and ensuring that matters relating to them are properly addressed. We are standing here with Senator Michael Barnett Ellis, who is also an attorney. Tell us a bit about your takeaways from the speeches that we saw today.
Thank you, Berthany. Happy New Year. One of the wonderful things about the opening of the legal year is it sets a charge for members of the judiciary, which include members of the bar, in terms of the way forward. What I think is interesting that we're seeing is how the judiciary is evolving to deal with technology, incorporate more technology. It's wonderful to see the transformation. The Chief Justice spoke about filing documents online from the comfort of your offices. It's also extremely helpful when you're in court and judges have the documents right at their fingertips. So I'm very excited to see how we start to use more and more technology to bring our judicial system well into the 21st century.
So we also heard from the Bar Association President and the Attorney General as well. What are some takeaways from those speeches?
I don't know if you know Berthany, but I used to be secretary of the bar prior to being a senator. And the biggest takeaway for me is the new Legal Profession Act that is out for consultation. Our Legal Profession Act is old, and we need to modernize it, consistent with much of the legislation in the Bahamas. So I'm really hoping that we get a lot of feedback about that, so that we can modernize the legal profession and the administration of the legal profession.
Thank you so much, Senator. So, Jasmine, as we know, the room is now empty. Members of the legal fraternity there have now gone outside, and we understand that they're taking an official photo. So I guess that wraps up the procedures here for today. Coming to you live from the ballroom, I'm Berthany McDermott, sending it back to you, Jasmine.
Thanks, Berthany. Well, Miss Alice, Miss Maynard Gibson, any final thoughts before we wrap?
I think that if I had to use one word, it was a small phrase, celebrating efficiency in the system to better serve our people. And a part of that, as I make my final comments, I just want to say how wonderful it is that in this country, our media is interested. Your entire team at Our News, your conglomerate, is so interested in making sure that the people understand what's going on, have access to information, and you are knowledgeable. So thank you very much for all that you do to make sure that our citizens understand the importance of what's actually happening in our judicial system. So thank you for that.
And thank you for always agreeing to be our guest. It's always good to sit beside you. And we are always honored to have your insights and perspective.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you for asking me. Thank you very much.
And thank you to our audience for tuning in. We hope that our presentation today has helped give you a deeper appreciation and understanding of how the legal system works, and more importantly, works for you. On behalf of the entire RTV family, thanks for staying with the team you already trust. Until next time, I'm Jasmine Brown. Enjoy the rest of your day.